Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 3 of the Greek Economic Summit. Today we will have the opportunity to listen to some prominent individuals of the domestic and international political scene. Yesterday, we had the roundtable discussion with the Prime Minister of Greece, Mr. Kyriakos Mitsotakis, with CEOs from major U.S. Firms, Andre Bourboula from Pfizer, Mr. Karatsopoulos from BMI, Mr. Renzen from Deloitte, and Marion Brilliant, the Executive Vice President of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. They all acknowledged that our country, in a very critical conjuncture, represents a point of reference where a country that may highlight its potential for investments and growth. Adoption of sophisticated technologies in public administration, attracting investments, and a shift to new development models were elaborated by high-caliber speakers. In the context of these proceedings and the debates we have had, our summit became a forum for discussion on agro-food, research, development, manufacturing, and these discussions will give added value to our country. Also, emphasis is placed on the new developmental path that goes through practices that take into account circular economy, sustainability, and the management of the digital footprint of our civilization. With respect to international synergies, it was fully displayed that the rule of law, the principles of fair development and growth have to be taken into account. Now, this is day 3 of the conference, that which will complement what a pure summit should do. Present the brand new development model of our country, how the environment and the ecosystem develops, the U.S.-Greek relations, and the promotion of Greece as a pillar of security, safety, and peace for the Mediterranean, the Balkans, and Southeastern Mediterranean. Now, let's kick off with day 3, with a very timely discussion on how technology may contribute in the business of retailers, especially in critical times like these ones. We have with us Mr. Yannis Tsakiris, Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Development and Investment, Mrs. Peggy Adonakou, General Manager for Google Southeast Europe, and this discussion will be moderated by Mr. Stamatis Zaharos, a journalist from the Parapolitica newspaper. Mr. Zaharos, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Spirtounias, for introducing me, for presenting our panelists. I think it's the right day to discuss about retailing, because after 1 month of the retail shops being actually inexistent, as of today, there is some future about them. Not something very significant until we are all massively vaccinated, but as of Monday onwards, physical stores will be open, at least for those selling winter related commodities, and then we will gradually open other retailers. Until that moment, it's really interesting to discuss this topic with my panelists. I am really honored of hosting Mrs. Peggy Adonakou, the General Manager for Google Southeast Europe, and I'm mentioning her first because it's the lady, Mr. Tsakiris, I think you understand, Deputy Minister for the Ministry of Development and Investments. Good afternoon, everyone. So I was saying that today is an iconic day for retailing because there is some sign of hope of having physical stores open as of Monday. However, our discussion, our debate will relate to those that are not open yet or might open later on, and those who, through the pandemic, try to find a way and change their operating model. So instead of having solely physical stores, some might want to have a hybrid mode, both physical and digital. So I want to allow you both to share your opinion about that. Mr. Tsakiris, you have the floor first. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for this kind invitation in this really interesting event organized by the AmCham. Indeed, things are exactly the way you described them. I believe that far at the end of the tunnel there is some light, and we are going close to that point. We're drawing close. The pandemic hit the retail world really harshly, and the retail sector has had many losses, suffered a lot, along with other sectors, especially those industries that pertain physical and direct contact with the consumer. However, the pandemic, amongst other things, accelerated certain changes which were already underway. I would say the acceleration was a violent one. Is that correct? Yes, indeed, it was a violent one. I'm not saying that it's something wrong. It's not good, of course, but the changes in the retail model, in the retailing model, have been underway for quite a few years. We know that already. We have seen that already. So the pandemic apparently accelerated these changes. Let me give you an example, a simple example. It might seem a bit silly, but for me it was. I felt it really intensely. I needed a bulb, a LED bulb for a LED light for my ceiling. I usually go to the supermarket and I buy one. I didn't have the time. Of course, it was open, but I didn't have the time. So I went online. I found exactly what I wanted, and I bought it from a small small store in Thessaloniki. So I had to pay for the €2 of shipping costs, but I got that delivered in my office. I'm talking about a single lab of €2.5 of value. So I had no other option. The pandemic, the lack of time. I had to find this bulb. I accidentally found that in that store. I could have found it elsewhere. So I had the bulb, the commodity, the product delivered in my office. It's a very simple example, but it's a genuine one, showing how the retail business model is changing. Let's give the floor. Do you have anything to add? So this brings us to the point of discussing how do we respond to this violent change? We, as the government, what can we do in order to use this trend and turn it into opportunity, as the academics suggest? And of course, Ms. Sadonakou, from her part, she has the solutions, since she represents a major player in the market. So let us give the floor to Ms. Sadonakou. I see that Mrs. Sadonakou has an amazing bulb, an amazing light behind her. So please, your original remarks, because I know we have people attending, and most likely there are retailers who still have certain things to ask. So please, your original remarks. Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be part of this beautiful and timely discussion on retail. So before we delve into details, allow me to say a couple of things that put everything into context with respect to the digital necessity, as I call it. This digital transformation, I use this term because I'm in the field for many, many years, so we've been discussing about this term for many years. So this transformation evolved into a digital necessity. It was something necessary in order to keep on working, to go to the university, or to buy a light bulb, or to do the basics, and mainly in order to stay safe. That is, to keep on doing things we had to do, and stay safe given the circumstances. I would like to share with you a couple of insights so that you understand what happened in the world. I'm talking about the acceleration of this digital revolution that was supposed to happen within a few years. It happened within 3 weeks, as McKinsey said. So, globally, for the first time, 50% of global population is online. So we exceeded the 50% threshold. More than half of us are online globally. There was a 60% increase in the use of internet globally, once again, and we have a 200% rise in Google searches for online sales, or how do I buy this or that online. So we're talking about a global population that digitally shifted. Not only that, they shifted digitally in order to work, to get educated, or to get entertained, but also for retailing, for shopping. Let me give you a couple of figures more. very specific ones for Greece. In a survey we conducted before summer, we found out that 3 out of 4 consumers changed their consuming habits after the pandemic's onset, what they buy, how much money they spend, or how often they buy online. 3 out of 4 carry out an online search before any purchase, regardless of whether they buy something or not. So they go online on YouTube, Google, etc. And 3 out of 4 started taking into account other parameters apart from the price of the commodity. For instance, the environmental footprint of the manufacturer. So we have other qualitative criteria integrated in the purchase journey. So this is the overall context and the changes that have happened in the past months. Let me go back to Mr. Tsakiris. Apparently, Mr. Donakou, you can intervene whenever you like, and it's great having 2 people, experts from the different viewpoints, sharing their opinions. So, Mr. Tsakiris, I would like to ask you, in the past 25 years, as a financial journalist, I've been listening to the motto, SMEs are the backbone of Greek economy. Okay, the main characteristics has been their physical presence. You gave us an example with the light bulb. This example, I would say, summarizes what I just said. This shop was a physical shop, right? So do you believe that in the coming years, apart from the major big players or the department stores, will there be any physical presence for these small shops? Will it be just outlets sending your commodities at home, like the one that sent the bulb to your office? Apparently not, is their reply. And let me share with you the following. I remember really well a course in the MA course I used to deliver in London about shopping experience. Apologies. So, visiting a physical store to buy something is an experience, like many other things. It's a human experience, and this cannot be changed. This experience exists, is a necessity. What has to change is the way we approach this experience. That is, the retailer has to change the way he works so that there is a virtual store also present online. And complementary to that, I'm saying complementary because I believe that small shops will always exist. This is the case in all major cities everywhere because it's a human need, it's a human process, it's all about interaction between people. It cannot be extinct. So what I see is a balance between the digital market and the physical market. I don't believe there will be areas with only outlet stores, but we will still have small, beautiful, decorated stores. But the retailer will necessarily have to have an online presence so that those customers who want to buy online, he or she will have to be able to provide them with modern, sophisticated marketing and tools and have them on board online. Ms. Adonakou, you told us that there is a great part of people, more than 50%, who are solely online shoppers. Given that you have more statistics than anyone else in the world because of your capacity, do you believe that this trend will keep on rising? Do you believe that this will be the trend in the coming years, or will it be that after the pandemic is over, this rate will drop or will increase because people saw something in that we failed to see? An interesting question. I can't say that I'm a fortune teller or I can forecast the future, but this is the trend. It's an increasing trend. The pandemic apparently put the throttle, placed the pedal on the floor. But I want to corroborate what Mr. Tsakiris said. I believe that physical presence will still exist, and this is the trend globally. Actually, there are great, successful online stores that have also a physical presence in order to provide this sense to their customers. I believe that what is important is that the opportunities given to these customers these stores are able to attract people who are not physically close. You mentioned the store in Thessaloniki. Actually, one of my favorite online store with kids' toys is in Thessaloniki. So I wonder, is it that the Thessaloniki stores, in order to attract the population of Athens, were forced to develop their online presence early enough? I think this is the opportunity. The internet enables you to attract customers both domestically and abroad and grow your business because of your presence.
Before moving on to more, let's say, technical elements, let us move on to something else. To what extent can somebody, let's say, tap on the resources and on the tools by Google, and what could be supported by the government in order, let's say, to render this transition more attractive? But before going to that, I would like to raise a question for Madam Andonakou. Apparently, the Google engine search is in comparison, what happens today as compared to what used to be the case in the 50s or 60s with the shopping malls. So would you say that Google should also diversify the way it renders its services in order to help the people being something more than a digital, let's say, marketplace? A very good question. Anyway, I would like to add to what you had been saying before answering. So during the circumstances of the pandemic, when you have all retail shops not operating, and despite the fact that we have seen this digital acceleration, as is, only 10 or 11% to be exact of the businesses to be involved in digital transactions. So let's say 1 out of 10. This is a very low percentage. Yes, indeed. So actually 9 out of 10 businesses have no business whatsoever since the physical operation is under ban. Now, to answer to your question, there are various tools. For example, Google My Business is one of them in order to have the simulation, let's say, of the physical store and the physical window shopping experience. So the Google search engine is constantly evaluating towards this path. What is important for us to remember is that if something is not available on the internet, even if it is about ourselves, our persons, then if there is no digital presence, it is practically impossible to map it, to identify it, to provide information about it. So it is very important for all those businesses to start from scratch. It is to have some kind of a digital presence. Minister Tsakiris, I can hear you, says the Deputy Minister. Unfortunately, you cannot see me. Anyway, we would like to listen to you as well. So the public administration is also accelerating towards the digital transformation with the support of Minister Pierakakis. So coming back to you, following Madam Andonakou, I would like to repeat this key element. Only 1 out of 10 Greek businesses has a digital presence as well. Would you say that there is an objective, a target as to what should be the rate among Greek businesses in the digital environment? And what are the tools and the incentives that you provide to them at the level of the state in order to promote such businesses? Also, because many of them are family businesses run by elderly executives who are practically illiterate vis-à-vis digital technology, so they need more help from you. Well, at our ministry and at the level of the government overall, as you know, we are, let's say, the managing authority for the NSRF. The current one and the next one focuses on the digital transformation of enterprises and SMEs in particular. This is one of our, let's say, top priorities alongside with the environment, competitiveness, social welfare, and so forth. Therefore, the NSRF is, let's say, the foundation for the funding of such projects, of such actions, in order to ensure this digital transition for all businesses. Of course, we cannot, let's say, exert pressure upon businesses to shift towards that. Okay, let me be more specific in my question. What do you mean by that? You realize that if a business, let's say an employer, wants to set up or build a website, they cannot, let's say, have recourse on consultancy services in order to submit a technical fiche to get the NSRF funding. Somebody who is, let's say, a small-scale businessman, what can they do? Well, first of all, a call for SMEs will continue to be up and running. So this is the toolkit for the micro businesses and the SMEs. This has set as an objective to enhance the competitiveness profile of those businesses via small investments, among which the digital transformation. Therefore, an SME which actually provides services can apply for funding for this action, either to set up an e-shop or what have you. So is it going to be a simple process? This is my question, essentially. Well, what do you mean by easy? We need to quantify that. The NSRF processes have been simplified a lot during the last year. And I believe that in the same way as yourself and myself, the businessman as well has some knowledge in order to apply for this, let's say, project. It is not about drafting a business plan whereby you need to hire a consultancy. So you just apply, you make your application, and you request this support. Now, as far as the retail sector goes, and because of the pandemic, by the end of this year, we will be ready. So a parallel action will be rolled out, and it focuses on the retail sector and e-shops. We have discussed that with various stakeholders in the market, such as Mr. Hatzitheodosiou and others. Anyway, this is to support the micro businesses. So by the end of this year, for the retail industry, there is an NSRF action, if you like, a program for the digital shop. So the current NSRF or the next one? No, this is actually under the current NSRF with the continuing payments for the next time frame, but also the new NSRF will also involve such projects for micro businesses, that is. Madam Antonakou, a brief answer about the Google tools that are available, because after that there is a very interesting announcement to be made by you, and this regards public-private sector partnerships. So what are the tools available? How user-friendly are they? What are the skills required in order to use those tools by Google, offered by Google? Well, I would say that the digital transformation remains a key priority. The country, however, overall, is lagging behind, severely lagging behind, not only vis-à-vis the EU average, but overall. Now, the digital skills, as regards the DESI index, we rank in the 27th position out of 28. So there is a lot to be done vis-à-vis digital skilling and digital education overall. As we speak, in 2020, more than 35 professionals, mainly in tourism, have been trained by Google because, of course, the tourism industry has been severely hit by the pandemic. And as we speak, we herald, if you like, a big concentration in the retail sector. Based on the Elstat data, it is a 27% reduction in their turnover that has been manifested, and this regards especially the supermarkets as well. So you realize that it is very important to focus our efforts in that area as well. Now, Google and the retail sector, what are the tools? Very important tools such as Google My Business, Google Analytics, based on your industry, your products. They provide to you insight on the trends, tools to build your website, tools to promote and export your products. So an endless array of tools. How about training? As you said, Mr. Zaharos, as we speak, there are major problems. Perhaps the digital transformation is not the first thing that a businessman, a small, let's say, trader has in mind, because there are other major problems that they are faced with. So we need to have the simplest tools possible, and in order also to tap on those initiatives and projects run by the ministry, in order for their businesses to be able to survive and grow. Minister, could you please elaborate on this partnership between the Ministry of Development and Google? Well, for the Greek reality, this may sound as a very exotic initiative, because in the previous year, none of the kind had been seen. However, it seems that also because of the pandemic, we have started making steps out of the box. So, Mr. Tsakiris, what is this common action undertaken between the ministry and Google? Well, this is not the first time that we enter in a collaboration with Google and Madam Andonakou as regards SMEs and the workers of the SMEs in general. We have also trained those people in the past via the Greek Public Employment Service. Now, this actually is an informal, if you like, partnership. This is about an essential collaboration. So Madam Andonakou and Google, that is going to have retailers trained in order for them to be able to set up their e-shop. We plan to subsidize the setting up of e-shops. So I believe that those two, let's say, initiatives run in somehow in parallel. So after the training by Madam Andonakou, they can come to us to submit a request for funding to set up their e-shop. So you realize it is not only that the pandemic exerts extreme pressure on us. It is also a matter about catching up with lost time. Madam Andonakou, you are very much involved in the marketing aspects of such actions. Would there be a way for you, let's say, to further promote, to outreach to all those people that there are such possibilities in order for them to have this digital presence? Will you do that in some way? Thank you very much for your question. The trainings actually are group trainings, and this is about basic training. However, there is a possibility to have a one-to-one, let's say, appointment and discussion with an advisor, with a consultant, in order to have a more, let's say, focused, tailor-made training for your business based on what you sell. So this is not just about online presence. We're talking about e-shop, digital marketing, social media. So not just about Google tools, but an array, let's say, of tools in order to enhance their presence in the digital environment. What is even more important is to embrace this initiative by the stakeholders themselves. So the Athens Commercial Association has embraced this initiative from the first moment. They are going to promote this initiative. They will reach out to their members in order to utilize those tools. And then with the support of the ministry, they will be able to fully implement it, to have a fully fledged growth based on this initiative. We hope for that. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you very much both, the Deputy Minister, Yannis Tsakiris, as well as the General Manager for Southeast Europe of Google Southeast Europe, Madam Andonakou, for this very interesting discussion. Thank you. Take care. And Turning back to the Executive Director, Mr. Spirtounias, I would like to say that the next panel on the health sector as a driver for growth in Greece is an extremely interesting panel. So there is a new, let's say, announcement to be made about this Greek-made rapid test. Thank you very much, Mr. Zaharos. Turning to Mr. Spirtounias, I would like to warmly thank not only the Minister and the General Manager and you as well for this panel, for their presence, but I would also like to underscore the fact that this was the occasion to announce this collaboration, this partnership to boost digital literacy among the sole traders and the retail sector overall. So moving on to our next panel on the health sector, I will give the floor to Mr. Angelos Benos, who will be our moderator. Mr. Benos is a tax partner and a pharma leader with PwC. You have the floor, Mr. Benos.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to take part in this discussion. I'd like firstly we apologize, but the sound is really terrible and it makes interpreting really difficult. So the speaker says that many of these topics have already been covered by previous speakers. Things are quite simple. There is a health crisis underway that evolved into a global financial crisis. So it's quite apparent that the motto, crisis brings opportunities, is absolutely related to the current state of affairs in the health sector. You don't have to be an expert to understand that global organizations, the European Union, the large pharmas, both now and for the following years, they will keep on investing huge amounts of money in health. Either in developing new vaccines and new medicinal products, or by upgrading their infrastructure, or by building new units. The question for all of us, the panelists, and you, is the following. Are we, Greece, ready to keep track of these investments? Are we competitive enough? I'm not the competent person to say, but I have some amazing guests to give an answer. Let me start with the competent person on behalf of the government, Mr. Orestis Kavallakis, the Secretary General of Private Investments and PPPs from the Ministry. We also have along Mr. Zachari Ragoussis, the President and Managing Director of Pfizer Hellas. Hello. We also have Mr. Liakopoulos, CEO of Johnson & Johnson Greece. Hello, Mr. Liakopoulos. Good afternoon. And Mr. Thodoros Trifon. He is the co-CEO of Elpen, but now represents the Pan-Hellenic Union of Pharmaceutical Industry. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start with Mr. Kavallakis, with the public administration. It is a fact that the debate on investments is quite a trendy one. So please let us know what are the incentives you give in order for health-related investments. And with respect to the Pisaridis committee report, that was under the limelight over the past weeks, please make the link between the planning on behalf of of the General Secretariat and the Pisaridis report. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for the invitation and say hello to all the fellow panelists. As we all know, Apologies, but we have a broken signal. So the speaker says that this crisis brought difficulties and allowed the need, highlighted the need to secure supply of pharmaceutical medicinal products, of come up with new treatments and protocols, and support our infrastructure. Of course, the discovery of new vaccines makes us feel a bit more safe and highlights the critical role played by pharmaceuticals in order to deal with this health-related and socio-economical crisis. As a tool to promote health-related policies, apologies about the sound, is not making our life easier. Investments in health represents a major part of the EU market, if we heard correctly. In the 2010-2019 period, more than 300 projects have been funded. We couldn't listen to the actual value. Geographical distribution of the projects was quite extended. UK, Italy, France, Spain, Germany, Denmark, Portugal, and other countries. As for the total number of PPPs, apologies, but this is not doable. The speaker says that something represents 30% of all contracts in the 2010-2019 period. In Greece, until December 2017, the PPP General Committee decided to include the Athens Academy project, to be included in the list of the Law 3389 that has to do with telemedicine. We apologize. It's an emerging domain, he said. It's a project that has to do with a building that provides specialized medical services, a building 20,000 square meters wide, where business stakeholders will be able to play a role. Now there is some new investment of Google in the Soteria Hospital for the research on generics. There is also the will in the context of promoting PPCs to ride the wave, and we have certain projects that are becoming mature, and there is research, there is a tendering process underway. The projects underway will be paid by availability. We can listen to what he said, so we apologize for that. The Secretary says it's very important to highlight that in the context of health-related PPPs, the contractor also takes care of the project maintenance during the payment period, which is beneficial in order to have high-quality projects delivered, since the infrastructure will be properly maintained, since the payments are based on the availability of the project. This has to do both with the premises and the services. Now, in the context of this thematic, the government targeting in terms of healthcare has been included in some government plan in order to support efficiency and effectiveness of the national healthcare system. So as a result, we have a set of structural reforms in the pipeline in order to enhance our NHS efficiency, to secure fair and just access to healthcare services, and to ensure sustainability of our system. Redesigning our healthcare system by means of structural reforms, the optimization in the use of our resources represents some of the main pillars of these efforts. This will support it by public investments, and our aim is to include in this area projects that relate both to new units and new hospitals. We apologize. Mr. Vogalakis, thank you. I cannot help it, but and I have to say that the overall investment climate is very competitive. We try to attract investments, and this means that we have to have this, and this is a strategy applied by all countries hit by the pandemic as we speak. We have a competitive edge. Do we? Do we have a competitive edge? Do we have the regulatory framework in order to create opportunities for investors to come to Greece and place their money? Mr. Benos, investments in health, apart from PPPs, may be implemented by means of other incentives. For instance, we have this framework of strategic investments that includes certain incentives. Law 4635 provides for specific investment incentives. More particularly, there are grants in the forms of subsidies for some research projects, if we heard correctly, plus some incentives about the feasibility studies, if we heard correctly. So investment proposals have to meet the requirements in order to be included in specific strategic plans as laid out in the National Strategic Plan. For those investment proposals submitted that applicants ask for grants for research, the General Secretariat will approve them, if we heard correctly, within 15 days. We apologize, but we are not that confident about what we transfer to you about these numbers and dates because the signal is really bad. Now, the eligibility of investment projects in health tourism is another issue, and we must not forget the benefits offered by means of Law 4389 for services that might be used by pharmaceuticals that want to install in our country common utility projects. We expect something to happen shortly. Mr. Gavrilakis, you give us a great opportunity to give us some a springboard to go on with our discussion, and allow me to say that the regulatory framework must be an asset for us. It has not been used in the past as it should be, so I think it's high time to use it. Now I would like to ask the next speaker.
So, talking about Pfizer, you are involved in a big investment here in Greece. Yesterday, we heard that you are envisaging perhaps an expansion rather, of this investment. So, would you also invite other companies, other enterprises to follow suit your initiative and find Greece as an attractive investment destination? Thank you for your question. It is very important to underscore that because of the pandemic, healthcare overall, public health, and also investments in this industry have become very timely. So this is an opportunity to discuss on those issues and at the end of the pandemic to exit, let's say, the pandemic stronger. Now, there are two types of investments by us in Thessaloniki. One has to do with the Innovation and Digital Transformation Center, involving and employing rather approximately 200 people, with a possibility to have an increase in that. And this involves mainly scientists from the US. The second area, the second, let's say, idea, which is envisaged, and we hope to have it in operation in March, based on the law 18, to have a center, let's say, of supported operations or support operations. Now, whether it is interesting for a company to invest in Greece. Now, by searching the evidence or by professional experience, by personal experience from abroad and elsewhere, one can easily realize that there is a very talented and untapped human capital. And what we have seen at the Innovation Center is that there are many people who are employed abroad, but they want to return to Greece. So it is not only about the beauties of the country, the environment, the sea and the sun, but it is also about the right people. Because when a company has an interest in investing, the first thing that they are interested in is to identify the right skills. So not only in Greece there is the competent, skilled, scientific human capital, but there is also the right mindset to do business. So for both, actually, via those two centers, we express, if you like, our will to provide this support and assist. And we have seen that by our collaboration with universities, the academia, but also the Greek public administration. So any company interested in investing, apparently, undoubtedly, they will be supported at all levels: administrative, human capital, scientific capital, and so forth. So if the companies indeed raise the correct questions, because if you already, let's say, have a presence in Greece and you have already set up a unit in Greece, it is much easier to expand with the second one, because you know the people in Greece, you know the professionals, the business entrepreneurship and how business is done in Greece. So it's easier. So if you are, on the contrary, very far away, it's not very easy. So what is very important is the messages conveyed, not only verbally, but also non-verbally. And because of the crisis, we are still, let's say, suffering from the remnants of this crisis. So little by little, we need to do away with that. Our sector, the pharma industry, is still suffering because of measures adopted back in 2014, 15, and 16. This has to do mainly with clawbacks. So whether you are entitled or no to process it in a specific accounting, let's say, way. Anyway, so the message that Greece should convey is that it is a country supportive of innovation in any way. This can take place both verbally and non-verbally. What does this mean? That it takes collaboration and synergies among all stakeholders, the companies, the state, the scientific community, in order to set up and run, let's say, programs structured, well-planned, and executed. And that will neutralize all of the, let's say, bad remnants of the crisis. Thank you very much. Moving on to our next panelists. You not only represent a big pharma company, but also the industry of the medical devices. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me. I will start by saying that, first of all, I represent Johnson & Johnson, and all, let's say, the companies that are represented at this panel, and also the companies that are members of the American-Hellenic Chamber of Commerce, are companies that have invested a lot in this country, and we have been the driver for growth during the crisis. We employ 400 workers. We have a unit in Mandra which exports products. So to further forward Zacharias' comments, the key parameter is the people. So medical devices and medical technology, and representing, if you like, all the companies in this area, members of the chamber, I will focus on a couple of issues that need to be adopted by the government in order to attract investments more quickly. Because of the pandemic, we have been pushed into an abrupt, if you like, adaptation to this digital environment. And also, we have seen how the private-public sector partnerships have worked so far as regards the digitization and this transition towards the digital environment. We need to properly use all the digital tools at all levels of the healthcare services, from the primary care services up to the hospitals. We know that we are all having the experience of realities such as telemedicine and EEST. And we indeed are involved and are part of this new reality. We are discussing about robotic surgery, for instance. It's not possible not to have robotic surgery at private hospitals and have it only in public hospitals, excuse me. And the digitization of the hospitals is a key element in order to attract more investments here in Greece. We have been discussing about that, and because of the pandemic, we need to speed up. Unless we proceed with the digitization at the level of the hospitals, no investments will come. Moving on to the public-private partnerships. During the pandemic, we have established that there has been a partnership between the private and the public via the grants provided, offered to the public sector. However, this cannot go on forever. So you need to, let's say the ministry rather, needs to proceed in an organized, planned manner to plan such a partnership and see what is the infrastructure required and needed. We do have infrastructure available, and see how we can proceed to such a shared partnership. I will conclude by saying that in order to have a strong economy, you need to have a strong, reliable, credible, effective public healthcare system. This is more than obvious, and because of the crisis. But in order to have such a system, you need more, let's say, healthcare professionals, also processes and infrastructure, which we lack, and we need to support in setting up this infrastructure, and also medical technologies. So medical technologies, high medical technologies, will be available in Greece as well in order to provide the solution to the citizens. So the government must provide incentives for such new investments, and stability, predictability, and also speed. This is the triangle of the key principles. So we need, of course, to proceed with the investments, and we need to do so because this government is supporting us. So we need to proceed with investments as soon as possible. I totally subscribe to what you have said. I will give the floor to you, Mr. Trifon. We heard the minister talking about a new model which will be based on a dynamic momentum and exports. So would you say that there are investments in the pharmaceutical industry? And how can we also develop state-of-the-art technological growth? And to what extent can the pharmaceutical industry be the backbone for exports as well? Thank you very much.
I think that we have firstly to highlight the general context. For the first time after many years, there is a certain dynamic in Europe, and the supply, the adequacy of medicinal products and equipment are prioritized. The same priority is given to the policies because we have funds being earmarked for R&D, for keeping production units in Europe so we can be competitive to China and the US. I think this is something that the pandemic accelerated. And for instance, we see the next gen EU funds earmarked for these purposes. I think this is important. And it represents an opportunity for our country as well. Now, for Greece. Greece used to and still has a very strong productive base for medicinal products. That's something we have to highlight. And amidst the pandemic, along with the drugs imported by multinationals, there was a series of first-line drugs, emergency drugs that could be produced here domestically. So we have had 3 million patients being covered with Greece-produced, with drugs produced in Greece. But in the case of other countries, there were major countries dependent on India for certain medicinal products, and so there was a shortage, especially for those for hypertension. They had to find ways to import them, and they did it from us. We didn't have to. So 28 pharmaceutical companies, after 10 years of difficulties, have a more positive investment horizon. We have major investments in the pipeline and underway, and our aim is to enter the next decade being more competitive in the global scene. I can tell you right now that the plan submitted and to be submitted in the context of the incentive provided, which is offsetting overtaxation, as mentioned before by Mr. Liakopoulos and Mr. Agousis, about the clawback, because this clawback represents 70% for the major industry. So if we offset this overtaxation with the clawback, by promoting investments, has created a great new environment both for Greek and for foreign businesses. So this 28 percentage points will become 40. We have 28 units, producing units. They will become 40. Most of them are exporting ones. Of course, we will be able to cover the needs of Greek patients, but a new investment, a major investment, cannot just rely on the Greek market. The same applies for research centers, R&D investments by Greek companies. And of course, this also includes clinical studies, because in the next 3 to 6 years, we'll have 10 competitive R&D centers owned by Greek companies, along with investments by foreign companies in Greece. So together with IDEA and the Center for Innovation, where PPPs are deployed, this means that we have the Dow, we have the foundations laid. Of course, we have Greek universities, members of the academia, that in this decade seem to be more organized than ever in order to create synergies, and this is the overall context. We have daily experience that daily, and we believe that the pharmaceutical industry is a very important field so that the 8.5 contribution of the industry to the Greek GDP will be this target this figure will be increased to 12.5% as it is the target by the government. The productive basis of our country has been hit lately. Incentives this incentive about the 70% offsetting has to be further strengthened. We have to invest in technology, which means that we need more time, the deployment phases of such investment is more than 2 years, so we have to prolong this incentive. So I believe that in the following 5 to 6 years, Greece will be able to take a prominent position in the global scene, so we can become less dependent on imports and have a better production capacity. I'd like to congratulate Benkel Ingelheim, a member of our group, and of course Pfizer, for deciding to stay in Greece, because currently Greek industries use their own assets. Greek companies used to have 22% of the market share and 80% of all investments. So this mix has to change. We will keep on investing, so it's good to have these two companies invest in Greece. And I hope that more will be encouraged to do so. Mr. Trifon, thank you very much. I think that you gave us a great picture about the investments, but I think that this is how things work. There is a competition about who invests more. Is that correct? So I think if both of you do that, there's nothing to be afraid of. Mr. Liakopoulos, I'd like to come back to you for a quick question. I'd like to link that to with what Mr. Kavalakis said before about the Pisaridis committee report. Is there something that should be prioritized? Maybe it's missing from the report. In a few seconds, what is that this report lacks? A key element that's not included. Yes, Angelos. I believe that what farmers are concerned with dealt with in the report. However, I have to stress that it's self-evident that reducing the tax costs will certainly help in the organizations, the companies. Of course, the reform needed in education and health is something that should have happened many years ago. Okay, it didn't because of the crisis, we know that. I think we have to be very quick about that. As for the employees' well-being, that's something that we, the companies, have set as their main priority. Unless we have right investments, unless companies work in the right way, there will be no well-being for our employees. This is a very important aspect for us. So I think that the report is quite positive, but after reading the report, one can understand that it's all about things that are self-evident. These things do take place, should take place in a growing economy. Why this wasn't the case? Why wasn't that the case in the past? Everybody knows. I think that we are currently at a great point, and we lie before an opportunity. It's great that we have people in the ministries, in this government, that know how to collaborate with private sector and work together in order to build something beautiful for the future. So, for me, I'm quite positive about this report, and I hope that we will proceed in this direction. Generally speaking, we've heard that the following: many things didn't happen in the past, but now we do have the environment, the climate, if you like, for these things to happen, as both the public administration and the private sector suggest. Things are moving along, and I'd like to close with the issue of clinical tests and productive investments. I'm talking about new plants. That relates to the law passed last year about the offsetting of clawback with investments on R&D. Greece takes a very, very small share of the money spent in Europe, and I think we have to We have to increase our competitiveness so we can attract these billions of euros for R&D. So, Mr. Ragoussis, what's your take on that about investments in Greece? And given that this law also affects pharmaceutical plants, maybe Mr. Trifon could say something about how the farmers approach this new measure. Clinical studies is a very is a quantifiable area of investments. We're talking about 35 billion euros. We're talking about clinical tests of a 35 billion euro cost, and you understand that after the pandemic, this cost will increase. So as a result of that, we take a share of approximately 40 million euros. Belgium receives 2 billion euros, just for comparison purposes. Even Cyprus collects more. So it's quite positive that we have a brand new legislative framework for the offsetting of the clinical test costs with the clawback. It's absolutely positive, but we have to know that this incentive will be prolonged in time and will expand the more interest it attracts. Why do clinical tests represent an opportunity? Firstly, it goes without saying that you have access, free of charge, to novel treatments which you wouldn't have access to in other under different circumstances. Everything happens under monitoring of specialized doctors and experts, so it's very important to have something like that. Second, companies pay, and they pay dearly for such things. For instance, the clinical tests on the vaccines involving 30 to 35,000 people have a cost of 1+ billion euros. We're talking about huge amounts of money, and Greece may take a great share of that. What do we lack and what do we have? We do have the qualified personnel. 10 days ago, we saw high-level doctors, and we saw that we have hospitals that may host such clinics, such tests, and help them deploy very quickly. A few days ago, and we saw that there were 10 Greeks involved in this clinical test. You see that a great part of these Greeks were doctors involved in these studies.
Another part was IT professionals. So you realize what are the professional sectors where Greece has a competitive advantage. What can be done to reach this target, to have, instead of 40 million, 250 million worth of clinical trials taking place in Greece? So you need to speed up with the procedures. There are delays as regards the approval of contracts, for instance. Also, you need to have authorized public servants that will be able to manage quickly the necessary documents and the requests, and we hope that at some point we will have the possibility for electronic signatures. This is very important for us as well, because we lose time, and we fully support the digital transformation of the public administration. Thank you very much, Mr. Ragoussis. I will give the floor now to Mr. Trifon. The pharma industry acknowledges that this initiative has had a very positive impact on the pharma industry as well. So we congratulate the government for that. And although it involved only 50 million in the pharma industry, at the level of rebates, it was above 1 billion. At the level of accounting, at the level of finance, rather, what we gain by way of set-off is very important, and this will have as a multiplying effect in investments. Our company has invested a lot, 2 units, and the third one, which is about to be established, but what we need is stability and duration. Thank you. Thank you very much all for your time, for your inputs from the pharma industry and the health sector. Thank you. Mrs. Pitunias, back to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Benos, for the excellent panel. Many thanks to Mr. Kavallakis, Liakopoulos, Rangousis, and Trifon. Indeed, the sector is a very promising one, provided that we have the appropriate incentives in order for the health sector to become a real driver for growth for our country. We will move on with our next panel, which can be yet again another pillar for growth, and this is the silver economy. I couldn't find the appropriate term in Greek, says Mrs. Pitunias. So the silver economy, we have excellent panelists. Madam Loizou, who is the Secretary General for Tourism Policy and Development. Mr. Apostolidis, Managing Director, AbbVie Pharmaceuticals. Mr. Angelopoulos, Managing Director at Aldemar. And Mr. Kyriakidis, member of the BOD Grec Hotel. Professor Toundas will be our moderator, Professor of Social and Preventive Medicine. It is a great pleasure and honor to have you as a moderator, and we give you the floor without further ado. Thank you. It is also a joy for me to be the moderator in this panel and be part of this important initiative by the AmCham. So a joy, a pleasure, and an honor for me to be the moderator of 4 distinguished panelists and speakers to discuss on the role of the silver economy in Greece's growth plan. Apparently, I have been invited also because of my role in a survey conducted by Dianeosis about a year ago on the role of the citizens of the silver economy and growth, but I will not elaborate on this survey, but I will rather raise questions to the panelists. However, allow me to make a couple of comments. We know that globally we have an aging population because of the life expectancy which is increasing. And not only that, but individuals above the age of 60 not only live longer, but live better lives. So they have more opportunities to be active, to be affluent, economically speaking, and be more actively participating in the society overall. This is very important. We know, for example, in the US, the outcoming president and the incoming president as well are both above the age of 70. And as Barack Obama said recently, a man in his 80s is what used to be a man in his 50s in the past. So we can all be very happy about those statements and feel very optimistic about our role. So we have distinguished representatives of, let's say, the of different age groups in our panels, both the younger ones and both the, let's say, more senior ones. It is with great pleasure that we also have Madam Secretary General for Tourism, Ms. Loizou, and I will give her the floor. Good afternoon. I would also like to warmly thank AmCham, as well as Mr. Bakatselos and Spirtounias for this invitation. It is since August that I have assumed this post in a difficult time for the Greek economy and tourism overall. I have been closely following the developments in the economy and the prospects for growth, and we all know that the silver economy can play a very important role, not only because I will turn 47 soon, because it is my birthday this Sunday, but I wouldn't like to categorize so strictly the people, and the term silver economy is much broader in English than what could be translated into Greek. So before the pandemic, silver economy had a very important potential. However, specific forms of tourism addressed to this target group had not yet been fully developed. And unfortunately, after the outbreak of the pandemic, this could not be achieved. So our objective is to have a steady, sustainable development and growth of tourism. This is what we are doing at the level of the ministry, to develop an upgraded tourism product to attract not only more visitors, but also ensure that there will be a higher per capita expense for the country, and also going beyond the classical tourism destination. So not only an opportunity for growth, but also an opportunity for more growth thanks to the silver economy. The Prime Minister, for instance, referred yesterday about the possibility to have the retired Europeans to choose Greece to live here and enjoy our country. So our country can attract visitors and investments of all categories and of all ages. So not only tourists in the conventional term, but also visitors of a more senior age. So at the ministry, my priority is to fully, let's say, integrate all those thematics in a modern tourism project, because all modern citizens want to have this experience, and we do not, let's say, make any discrimination given the various forms of tourism, but all of them are envisaged under the same umbrella. We also place the emphasis on accessibility. Today is also the day for the people with disabilities. So overall, another priority for us is to promote spa tourism, and also via a new form of development for spa tourism to attract also investments and provide good services. In the same framework, the health tourism, that is wellness tourism, medical tourism, spa tourism, is a priority for us, in particular because in our country we have excellent scientists. So the steps already undertaken involve other forms of thematic tourism, such as sea tourism, gastronomy tourism, religious tourism, cultural tourism. This will act on a complementary basis in order to attract an ever-increasing group of more senior tourists. I could go on and talk a lot in this pathway, but for sure 5 minutes would not suffice in order to fully develop all the aspects under this thematic. I know that during the discussion we can say more on that. In conclusion, allow me to quote Thomas More: although love and flowers are, let's say, the among the characteristics for the youth, healthiness and wellness are also attributes for the more seniors among us. However, here in Greece, says Madam Loizou, we can enjoy both. Thank you very much, and I would like to give the floor to an excellent panelist, Mr. Apostolidis. During the time that I was heading the Greek Medicinal Agency, I enjoyed very much our collaboration. Thank you very much, Mr. Tundas. As Madam Loizou said, it is very difficult to translate silver economy into Greek. However, I believe that Madame Loizou made a successful definition of that. Now, what are the multiple strengths of a silver economy for Greece? This is due to the fact that it can boost the two major pillars, tourism and construction, and at the same time lay the foundation for many other linear sectors in our economy, such as new technology, agri-food, and new forms of health services, because this is interrelated, reaching out to the real estate business here in Greece at the level of secondary or holiday houses. So this can radically change the way we envisage growth in our country for many reasons. In order for Greece to become the, let's say, the Florida of Europe, it does not suffice to be good in one of the five, but we need to be good at all five of them if we want to be among the 10 best countries globally as a destination for the retired people. So you need to have everything, and tourism and construction and health and technology and agri-food. So this is where the silver economy can play a very important role and set the example, including or rather involving in a complementary manner previously competing economic sectors. So this needs a new orientation. And it is also compatible with the way that the current government run the administration, that is, in an executive manner, where you have all ministries joining forces to deliver common targets. So the good news for us, for Greece, is that we have all the prerequisites in order to be a dynamic player in this silver economy game. We are a country with an excellent climate, natural beauties, an affordable destination as compared to other competitive countries, and of course easy access from all the corners of the world. So if we manage to build on those advantages, the benefits will be very important. Mr. Tundas has mentioned this survey by the Aneosis. By 2050, more than one-third of the tourism expense is going to be referred to the silver economy. And the tourism business overall is 25% of the Greek GDP. So we need to be prepared appropriately to respond to the needs of this market, which also depends on the quality of the product that we offer, but also on the quality of the healthcare services provided here in Greece. Now, during the pandemic, there was an effort to upgrade our healthcare services via the integration of IT tools such as Horizon Scanning and the Pharmaceutical Innovation Fund. This will help us deal with many diseases, since we know that 2 out of 3 Europeans above the age of 65 suffer from one, at least, chronic condition. So those citizens need to have at least the same quality level of services, provided in their respective countries, especially if they're interested in buying a summer residence here in Greece. So we can have a boost in the renovation and construction industry of thousands of such residences here in Greece. And the benefits for the public budget will also be considerably. The Greek Ministry of Finance has established a stable tax rate of 7% for all those third country retirees choose to have Greece as a tax residence for their income. And last point, it is very important, this reform orientation by the government to be further implemented. And we, at the level of the Chamber, inspired by the Pisaridis report, contribute to this roadmap in order to have an integrated, all-encompassing dialogue with the government in order to better use and best use the next generation and RRF funds. Thank you.
Let's move on now to Mr. Angelopoulos, Managing Director of the Aldemar Resorts Group. So you have 5 minutes, Mr. Angelopoulos. I'd like to thank the AmCham for the honoring invitation. Of course, Mr. Apostolidis almost described 120% of the things I was about to share with you in 5 minutes. However, I'm quite inventive and I'll find something to torment you about in the coming 5 minutes. Although I'm into this area, not because I'm part of the Silver Age, but because I'm going close to that, drawing close to that, I'd like to say that so geriatric tourism, Silver Age tourism, or let's, in a wider spectrum, silver economy. We also we believe that this is solely related to medicine and medical tourism. No, it depends. If you're more than 55 years old, this might relate, but we have people of 55 or 60 years old who are very active, they have income, and as Mr. Apostolidis said, we want these people to invest in Greece now that they have the income, which in the future will have to pay for the living. So using the new law 4714 of 2020, these people may have a 7% income tax for the coming year. So it's quite attractive for them to come to Greece, buy property and become part of the society, the Greek society, being also a taxpayer and a part of a healthy member of our society. Statistics show that approximately 80% of the leisure travel spending from the US comes from ages of 55 years old plus. So we're talking about a great part of our economy, of our society, of people who have no certain obligations, no children and other people to cater for. So this money go for the medical health care, for the subsistence and for the house and for having a good time, because sometimes they say, okay, I worked a lot, I strived a lot, now it's time to have some good time. So we have to provide them with a model that's productive, fun, satisfying, and a model of life that might allow them to say, I didn't work for nothing in my life. So as Mr. Apostolidis said, we have the climate, we have the weather conditions, and we have culinary particularities, not just the Mediterranean cuisine. We have herbs, specific herbs that improve the quality of life, offer a greater life expectancy. We have spas. And I think there is, Ms. Louisu, there is someone involved with that in the ministry about licensing all spas, a person who's very active on that. I don't know if he's still working there, Ms. Louisu. Now, the issue of country houses being built or luxury houses being built, we have to change our approach. It's not a luxury house. It's an alternative house. It's the second opportunity house, in which, of course, in the case of which people don't want the same things like what investors want in Santorini. They want a 11 plane for the building a house. They want some medical services quite close. They want to have easy access to department stores, to the airports. They want to have a road close by, maybe access to the port. Anything that allows someone to come and go from and to his birthplace swiftly, safely, and affordably. That I will stop here because I think that Mr. Apostolidis covered me fully. We have everything. Maybe we lack part of the funding, which I think it's about to come to the forefront because we're turning things around and Greek economy is becoming an opportunity economy and might attract aging Europe. Let me repeat that, aging Europe. Coronavirus is not enough to change our harsh reality. So we have to see how we will live and provide and cater for ourselves better. 2003 or 2004, Volkswagen came up with a scheme to prolong the active years of the professionals, adding skills to them after the age of 45 so they can still be productive. This will be the trend, this will be the practice in the future. We will give them a reason why, we will give them the destination, the ending point of this process. Thank you very much, Mr. Angelopoulos. I'm really glad that you were able to give us more insights in your time, more than what Mr. Apostolidis has already given. So we have had, that was a win-win situation. Now, last speaker, Mr. Kyriakakis, member of the board of Grecotel Group. Mr. Kyriakakis, you have your 5 minutes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the AmCham for the invitation. I'm not going to say anything about silver economy because I think we have fully covered this area. All three speakers before me did so, but I would like to stick to the following. The staying in Greece economy changes as a result of the recent developments with the pandemic. We also have the working from home, where we have the working from the hotel tourism. It's a brand new form. We have to work on that. We have to develop that. If we have the capabilities in our hotels, to host travelers, visitors who will stay here for a longer period and will be able to have some good time, to have their holiday vacations, and at the same time work for their companies. Their companies located abroad, elsewhere, everywhere in the world. Technology allows us to do so, but in order for this to happen, we need serious digital transformation of our businesses, and we need to be fully concentrated on certain things we have to do. We have to do retrofitting so that our hotel infrastructure to support the needs of our visitors, and not just the members of the silver economy, and other age people who are really IT savvy, or at least to the level of visiting a site or watching a movie online. So this is another dimension, another aspect that our country has to work on. Now, as far as we are concerned, major hotel chains and owners, we have to consider digital transformation in a serious way. We didn't work on that as we should be in the past, and no matter what CEOs and CFOs or CIOs did in the past, and the things we failed to do in the past, it was COVID-19 that managed to deliver. So digital transformation is here to stay. We all discuss using Zoom meetings. We all use digital platforms for our communication and business purposes. We all use our PCs or laptops, not just to communicate, but also for time management, better time management, and of course, hotels have changed. Everybody talks about contactless reception, contactless accommodation, and contactless payment when checking out. Of course, digital transformation is something more than that. This is not the end of it. We have to talk about another set of changes we have to introduce in our premises. We have to change our business model so we cater for these visitors, for this type of visitors, and also to transform ourselves. We have to change our operating processes and model, and this has to be integrated and embedded into the management, in the top management, especially those who are very resistant to change. Only it is only if we do these things that we will be able um, to, to to go along with the new normal. We've seen that in Greek Hotel. We are fully renovating our websites so that we can cater for those who are interested in our country. We extend our loyalty programs so that our past loyal customers will be made aware of the new capabilities, the new features of our premises for them. We change our rooms into smart ones so our visitors can enjoy all these services, including change in the temperature of water, air conditioning, energy metering, so that our visitors can be part of green economy by saving energy, saving resources themselves. And as a result, we reduce our hotel's environmental footprint and contribute to their efficient operation. We use new technologies for many, many reasons. We prepare ourselves to introduce virtual reality capabilities, allowing a visitor to make use of 5G-enabled services in order to visit the premises before going there. They will be able to check their room before checking in, before booking, so they know where they're going. And our approach about hospitality changes as well, because we go through this digital transformation process, and this has an ending point. The ending point is the human. Since nobody wants to be served by a robot during his or her vacations, they need some human touch, as it was the case in Greek hotels and in our hotels as well. And we will cater for that. So that's all for now, given that I have been covered to a great extent by the previous speakers, and I'm at your disposal for any question. Thank you very much, Mr. Kyriakakis. We have a few more minutes. One question to each one, starting from the end.
Mr. Kyriakakis, I'm very glad that you referred to the digital transformation of the country. So either based on the Pissaridis expert report, either based on this titanic, I would say, initiative undertaken by the European Union and announced also by our Minister Kyriakakis, would you say that there are funds and resources for this digital transformation? Well, actually, Mr. Kyriakakis referred to this action plan and, if you like, the digital strategy overall, but in a more general manner for now, at least. What is, however, very important is to see what are in line to that, the initiatives to support the big, let's say, businesses towards this digital transition that are actually active in the tourism sector, in order not to put a halt to the already initiated digital transformation before the pandemic. I hope that this is also the message conveyed to our Greek government, and that will support the tourism industry in this so much needed digital transformation. Thank you. Mr. Angelopoulos, Aldemar results. Based on a survey by the hotel chamber that we also used in our survey, we saw that approximately 25% of the Greek hotels do have, let's say, what is required in order also to support people with limited mobility. And we realized that there is somehow reserve on behalf of the hotel owners to promote such a policy, perhaps in fear that that would be a disincentive for other potential clients in their hotels. So what is your view on that in order to attract also people with special needs to be catered at the level of mobility? First of all, indeed, I corroborate the findings of the survey, namely that very few hotel beds are available in Greece to cater for this need. So there is, let's say, a difficulty at the level of cash flow in order to support such an investment. So sometimes it is, let's say, more easy to say that, to say that I rather do not agree with such, let's say, an investment, rather than to admit that I cannot afford to make this change, this investment. Having said this, is that such investments would be very important, and the big challenge, which is to further extend, let's say, the tourism season, we also need to focus our efforts on a more targeted product to this silver economy target group. So you need to have infrastructure friendly to this age group. So that would mean appropriate staircases, for example, accessibility pathways and so forth, better quality overall in those various infrastructures. And also many of our hotels cannot actually afford to provide services beyond the hot summer season. The moment you have some changes in the weather, you cannot accommodate your tourists. And also the average, let's say, tourist or the average citizen is that they do want to be able to enjoy, let's say, the way of living in a more friendly and pleasurable environment. This is why we have seen this law adopted, because it is in line with a specific modus vivendi, which is also pro-growth for the economy. This is why you need to have the idea of the summer residence as a very important growth element. Thank you very much. Coming back to chronic diseases and the more senior citizens above the age of 65 suffer from at least one chronic condition. So they need to have a permanent, stable, systematic provision of healthcare services. And they also need innovative medicinal products whenever they are available. We know that in Greece we lag behind vis-à-vis innovative drugs. In your view, Mr. Apostolidis, would this be, let's say, a factor that would hold silver economy citizens to come to our country? And what could we do to remedy this situation? I will be very brief in my answer. I would say that the gap that was the case until today will be rectified very quickly, because we see that at the level of the assessment committee things progress. Indeed, Greek citizens did not have access to such innovative treatments a while ago. So, given the fact that we see procedures speeding up, coupled with the opportunity of the silver economy and innovative medicinal services and products, this is actually the mix that will attract silver economy tourists, either to spend time in Greece as tourists or to purchase a residence in Greece. This is the competitive advantage alongside with the state-of-the-art technology on the islands for telemedicines, for instance. This is how we are going to mend this gap and proceed to this leapfrog and catch up with other countries. Very nice. This is a very optimistic forecast, Mr. Apostolidis. Now I would like to move to our Secretary General, Madam Loizou. A last question for her. So, what else but a question on the pandemic? Despite our optimism, Madam Loizou, we know that this immunity at the level of the community will take months. And even if we reach this level, our times and humanity will live under the threat of any, let's say, negative development in this respect. How could we mitigate this fear that actually this fear will function as a disincentive for our tourism project, and to which level I do not know. What can we do to protect and safeguard our tourism project? Thank you for your question. This is going to be a second difficult year in a row for our tourism project. We cannot be very certain as to when we will have reached this so much desired immunity to feel free to travel and commute without fear. Of course, the healthcare protocols will assist us in these directions. So since we talk about the silver economy and silver tourism, I would say that there are trends that are being registered, and we all hope that this will become true as well. That since this group is more, let's say, vulnerable ones, that are the ones who will be vaccinated, they will also be the ones who will be among the first, let's say, travelers, because they want to make this a step and be more open and enjoy what the pandemic has deprived them of. And it is very important to feel safe here in Greece, since Greece provided this safety for its visitors, and I hope that the next summer we will also be the country selected by our visitors, of course, with everything vis-à-vis healthcare protocols respected and not have our tourism very much affected. Thank you. Thank you all for your valuable contributions in this debate. I would also like to thank all those who are listening to us and actually watching us digitally. I would like to wish a very pleasant afternoon to you all, and in a safe manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toudas. Thank you for this discussion on silver economy and its role in growth. I'd like to thank all speakers, Mrs. Loizou, Mr. Apostolidis, Mr. Angelopoulos, and Mr. Giakakis, and yourself. So we continue with the next session. We have an amazing presentation. Με μεγάλη μας χαρά καλωσορίζουμε την κυρία Wendy Mars. Είναι πρόεδρος για την Ευρώπη, τη Μέση Ανατολή, την Αφρική και την Ρωσία για τη Cisco. Και η κυρία Μάρς θα μας μιλήσει για τις νέες τάσεις στις πλατφόρμες επικοινωνίας. Νομίζω πολύ πολύ επίκαιρη συζήτηση αυτή που θα έχουμε την περίοδο του κορονοϊού. Οπότε, κυρία Μάρς, σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που είστε μαζί μας, που είστε κομμάτι του Summit, της εκδήλωσής μας, οπότε έχετε το λόγο. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Πραγματικά μεγάλη μου χαρά να είμαι σήμερα μαζί σας. Καλώς ορίσατε σπίτι μου. Η περίοδος είναι ιδιαίτερη, οπότε ασυνήθιστες και οι συνθήκες. Λοιπόν, να σας δείξω τη παρουσίαση. Λοιπόν, στα ερωτήματα που εγκύθησαν αυτή την περίεργη περίοδο, η τεχνολογία μπόρεσε να δώσει απαντήσεις μαζί με τη βοήθεια της καινοτομίας. Βοήθησε να διασφαλίσουμε, να αντιμετωπίσουμε και την κρίση, αλλά και να βγούμε από αυτήν συνολικά. Βλέπετε λοιπόν εδώ ένα πλαίσιο το οποίο χρησιμοποιείται από τη Cisco όλη αυτή την περίοδο. Τα λεγόμενα 4R, όπως βλέπετε στη διαφάνεια. Πρώτο R, Respond, δεύτερο Reflect, Reimagine και Rebound. Αυτό είναι κάτι που το σκεφτόμαστε στο πλαίσιο συνολικά όταν μιλάμε με διάφορες εταιρείες, με δημόσιες εταιρείες, κρατικές, ιδιωτικές, αλλά και κυβερνήσεις. Είναι ένα πλαίσιο που ήταν πολύ χρήσιμο και το οποίο χρησιμοποιούμε και εμείς εσωτερικά στη Cisco. Σε πρώτη φάση λοιπόν, στη φάση της απόκρισης, respond, στην πανδημία υπήρχαν εταιρείες οι οποίες πολύ γρήγορα εισήγαγαν τακτικής φύσης βραχυπρόθεσμα μέτρα, ούτως ώστε να διασφαλίσουν ότι μπορούν να συνεχίσουν τη δραστηριότητά τους. Ήταν βραχυπρόθεσμες απαντήσεις που ελήφθησαν γρήγορα, όπως για παράδειγμα η δουλειά από το σπίτι, και αυτό έγινε σε πολλές εταιρείες. Είδαμε νοσοκομεία τα οποία χτίστηκαν μέσα σε μικρό χρονικό διάστημα για να λειτουργήσουν άμεσα και είδαμε κατά τρόπο εκπληκτικό πολλές εταιρείες σε όλη την περιφέρεια να υιοθετούν τέτοιες λύσεις. Το e-learning και η τηλεκπαίδευση υιοθετήθηκε και στην Ελλάδα και οι επιχειρήσεις πλέον μπαίνουν στον ελληνικό κόσμο συνολικά. Γρήγορα μέτρα, βραχυπρόθεσμα μέτρα τα οποία τέθησαν σε εφαρμογή. Μετά πάμε στο επόμενο R, Reflect. Προβληματισμό, σκέψη. Δηλαδή, όλες οι εταιρείες άρχισαν να σκέφτονται ποιες είναι οι αποφάσεις που πήρα βραχυπρόθεσμα ως άμεση απάντηση στον κορονοϊό που ήταν οι σωστές. Σαφώς κάποιες εξ αυτών ήταν σωστές. Αναπτύξαμε νέες δυνατότητες οι οποίες βασίστηκαν στην ευελιξία και στην ικανότητα των ατόμων να αντιδρούν γρήγορα. Αυτές οι απαντήσεις μας οδήγησαν σε μια επανεξέταση όλων όσων μπορούμε να κάνουμε και όσων είχαμε κάνει στο παρελθόν. Όλα αυτά βεβαίως εφαρμόστηκαν τόσο στις επιχειρήσεις αλλά και σε επίπεδο χωρών. Υπήρχαν λοιπόν χώροι. Σκεφτείτε το δικό σας περιβάλλον, για παράδειγμα. Θα δείτε πώς εφαρμόστηκαν όλες αυτές οι λύσεις. Επόμενη διαφάνεια. Τι μάθαμε κατά τη διάρκεια αυτής της δυναμικής εξέλιξης? Κατά πρώτον, θα έλεγα, μάθαμε ότι το μέλλον της εργασίας θα είναι υβριδικό. Από τη στιγμή που αγκαλιάσαμε αυτή τη νέα επιλογή, διαπιστώσαμε ότι πάνω από 50% των εργαζόμενων δουλεύουν από το σπίτι τους πλέον. Και φτάνουμε ότι αυτό ισχύει και σε κάποιες περιοχές αυτό το ποσοστό είναι ακόμα υψηλότερο. Είδαμε λοιπόν επιχειρήσεις οι οποίες αξιοποίησαν τα ωφέλη αυτής της επιλογής. Πλέον υπάρχουν εταιρείες και εργαζόμενοι οι οποίοι δουλεύουν το σπίτι από επιλογή τους. Από την επιλογή τους έχουν νέες προσδοκίες και οι ίδιοι πλέον για τις σχέσεις που θα υπάρχουν μεταξύ εργοδότη και εργαζομένου. Αν σκεφτούμε το πώς η τεχνολογία μας βοηθά να προσαρμοστούμε σε αυτό το νέο εργασιακό περιβάλλον, καταλαβαίνουμε ότι η τεχνολογία παίζει σημαντικό ρόλο, όπως οι διαδικασίες, οι πολιτικές και οι καινοτομίες, οι οποίες λαμβάνουν υπόψη τους την κοινωνική αποστασιοποίηση και τον αριθμό των ατόμων που μπορεί να είναι μέσα σε ένα χώρο. Δεύτερο πεδίο πεδίο έχει να κάνει με την απλότητα και την ευελιξία. Δηλαδή, πρέπει να κάνουμε πράγματα γρήγορα και απλά σε ένα ταχαίως μεταβαλλόμενο περιβάλλον. Άρα, η σχεδίαση της ευελιξίας σε κατανοητικό επίπεδο ήταν πάρα πολύ σημαντική διάσταση για οποιαδήποτε επιχείρηση. Το να κινείσαι λοιπόν προς νέους τρόπους εργασίας, προς νέες μεθόδους εργασίας με ταχύ τρόπο, υιοθετώντας την τεχνολογία και τα ωφέλη που αυτή έδινε. Επίσης, υπήρχαν πλέον εκτήματα για τον ψηφιακό μετασχηματισμό. Ο ψηφιακός μετασχηματισμός, για τον οποίο συζητάμε εδώ και πολλά χρόνια, τον βλέπουμε ότι επιταχύνθηκε και ανέβασε ταχύτητα πολύ γρήγορα. Το θέμα λοιπόν πλέον δεν είναι το πότε θα συμβεί, είναι ότι πλέον τώρα πρέπει άμεσα επιχειρήσεις να αποκτήσουν αυτές τις ικανότητες προκειμένου να μπορέσουν να επιβιώσουν και να ευημερήσουν. Όλες οι επιχειρήσεις λοιπόν πλέον είναι εταιρείες τεχνολογίας. Επόμενη διαφάνεια παρακαλώ. Εδώ θα δείτε κάποιες από τις νέες τεχνολογίες που αναμφίβολα θα μας επηρεάσουν. Αυτή τη στιγμή μιλούμε για τάσεις, αλλά αυτές οι τάσεις είναι συναρπαστικές για όλους μας ως πολίτες και πρέπει να δούμε τι θα φέρουν αυτές οι τάσεις στο μέλλον. Ξεκινούμε με το 5G και την κινητικότητα. Συγγνώμη, πρώτα απ' όλα θα φέρει ταχύτατες συνδέσεις, περιορισμίκριση του χρόνου. Επίσης θα βοηθήσει στην καλύτερη απόδοση, στην καλύτερη παραγωγικότητα, διότι θα θέλουμε περισσότερο από το οτιδήποτε και πιο γρήγορα. Επίσης, κάτι ακόμη πιο συναρπαστικό είναι ότι θα ενδυναμώσει τους νέους χρήστες και θα συνδέσει νέες βιομηχανίες μεταξύ τους. Οι δυνατότητες είναι ατελείωτες, αν το καλοσκεφτείς. Άρα, η δυνατότητα για πιο ασφαλές μεταφορές, μετακινήσεις, καλύτερη υγειονομική περίθαλψη, γεωργία ακριβίας, digital, ψηφιακά logistics και πολλά άλλα είναι εδώ. Αν το καλοσκεφτείτε, τι είχε συμβεί όταν μπήκε το 4G στη ζωή μας? Ήξερε κανένας τότε τι θα έφερνε? Η χρήση του όμως. Κι όμως, όλοι πλέον έχουμε ένα smartphone. Οι δυνατότητες που θα φέρει το 5G είναι τεράστιες και κάποιες δεν μπορούμε καν να τις φανταστούμε ακόμα. Τεχνητή νοημοσύνη και μηχανική μάθηση. Οι περισσότεροι εξ ημών έχουν ήδη βιώσει την τεχνητή νοημοσύνη στην συζητήση μας, στον τρόπο δηλαδή με τον οποίο την καταναλώνουμε εμείς. Οι υπάλληλοι μας, οι καταναλωτές τους λοιπόν θα έχουν δυνατότητα να παίρνουν απαντήσεις γρήγορα, αξιοποιώντας φυσική γλώσσα και ξεκινώντας συζητήσεις με μηχανές, ως αν πρόκειται για συζητήσεις μεταξύ ανθρώπων. Βεβαίως αυτό θα βελτιώσει το customer engagement, τη δέσμευση δηλαδή του πελάτη και θα ενισχύσει την αξιοπιστία προς την επιχείρησή σας. Επίσης, θα δώσει στους ανθρώπους μας δεξιότητες και το χρόνο για να κάνουν άλλα πράγματα τα οποία θα ενισχύσουν την παραγωγικότητά τους. Καθώς λοιπόν συνδέουμε περισσότερα πράγματα, αποκτούμε και πρόσβαση σε περισσότερα δεδομένα και παράγουμε περισσότερα δεδομένα. Άρα, το να έχουμε πρόσβαση και να τα αξιοποιούμε σωστά μας δίνει δυνατότητα να κάνουμε τεράστια πράγματα και να λύνουμε προβλήματα. Να λύνουμε, για παράδειγμα, ζητήματα διαγνωστικής φύσης στην ιατρική, τα οποία αυτή τη στιγμή είναι στην κορυφή των προτεραιοτήτων μας. Επιπλέον αυτόν το τάσον από τεχνολογικής απόψεως υπάρχει και η συνεργασία στην αξιοποίηση των δυνατοτήτων πλέον έχουμε. Βλέπουμε μια πλατφόρμα, ένα περιβάλλον το οποίο είναι πολύ σημαντικό για όλους μας. Το οποίο θα μας βοηθήσει πάρα πολύ καθώς χρησιμοποιούμε τη δύναμη του βίντεο, της δέσμευσης, του engagement και αρχίσουμε όλο αυτό να το εντάσσουμε ως δυνατότητα στο περιβάλλον μας. Και βεβαίως αυτό αφορά το cloud, το νέφος, δηλαδή τη δυνατότητα που μας δίνει η υπολογιστική νέφος να είμαστε ευέλικτοι, να είμαστε γρήγοροι, να καταναλώνουμε με τρόπο απλό και ουσιαστικό. Επόμενη διαφάνεια. Η ασφάλεια. Η ασφάλεια σαν την περιβάλλον είναι πολύ σημαντική, διότι καθώς συνδέουμε δυνατότητες, καθώς αυξάνουμε τις ικανότητες μας ως άτομα, ως κοινότητες, είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό να έχουμε το υψηλότερο επίπεδο, ένα εξαιρετικά ασφαλές περιβάλλον για την προστασία τόσο της ιδιωτικότητάς μας ως άτομα, αλλά και την συνολική ασφάλεια του περιβάλλοντος. Επόμενη διαφάνεια. Ένας από τους τομείς που έχει επηρεαστεί και άγεται από αυτή την ατζέντα ψηφιοποίησης είναι η υγεία. Θα δώσω ένα παράδειγμα για να το καταλάβουμε καλύτερα. Το νοσοκομείο UMC της Ουτρέχτης είναι από τα μεγαλύτερα στην Ολλανδία. Αυτό που κάναμε στην Ουτρέχτη ήταν συνεργαστήκαμε με τη διοίκηση για να βοηθήσουμε να χτίσουν, να διαμορφώσει ένα περιβάλλον κοινής χρήσης πληροφοριών με τους εργαζομένους στο νοσοκομείο με έναν τρόπο πιο αποτελεσματικό. Μία από τις προκλήσεις στον τομέα της υγείας είναι ότι υπάρχουν πολλές ειδικότητες οι οποίες συνεργάζονται σε ένα περιβάλλον. Απαιτούνται διαφορετικές ικανότητες, διαφορετικά προσόντα από τους γιατρούς και τους νοσοκόμους και το κομβικό σημείο είναι όταν μπορέσεις να έχεις μία δυνατότητα διεπιστημονικά αυτά τα άτομα να μοιραστούν πληροφορίες και γνώσεις και γρήγορα. Στο νοσοκομείο λοιπόν αυτό μπορέσαμε να συνεργαστούμε μαζί τους για να φτιάξουμε μια συνεργατική πλατφόρμα η οποία βοηθούσε στη βελτίωση της οικονομίας, της επικοινωνίας, την αξιοποίηση νέων εργαλείων από τους εμπλεκόμενους και βεβαίως την ανάπτυξη νέων δεξιοτήτων και ικανοτήτων από τους εμπλεκόμενους. Αυτό λοιπόν δείχνει πόσο μεγάλο ρόλο παίζει στην υγεία αυτή η τεχνολογία. Ένας άλλος τομέας ο οποίος επηρεάστηκε πάρα πολύ από την επιτάχυνση του μετασχηματισμού ήταν η εκπαίδευση. Αν δούμε λοιπόν την εμπειρία που έχουμε στην Ευρώπη και στην Ελλάδα εν προκειμένου, Βλέπουμε το e-learning και τηλεκπαίδευση διασφάλισε ότι τα σχολεία, τα πανεπιστήμια, οι μαθητές, οι σπουδαστές μπορούν να λειτουργήσουν κανονικά και διασφαλίστηκε ότι το κάθε άτομο μπορεί να έχει τη βέλτιστη δυνατή εμπειρία από τη μαθησιακή διαδικασία μέσω των διαφόρων πλατφόρμων, αξιοποιώντας τη δυνατότητα της λεγόμενης ψηφιακής εμπειρίας. Βεβαίως, η τεχνολογία είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντική, η πλατφόρμα ίδια είναι πολύ σημαντική, αλλά το πιο σημαντικό είναι οι δεξιότητες και η ικανότητα αξιοποίησης αυτής της καινοτομίας. Η αξιοποίηση της τεχνολογίας προκειμένου να έχει τη βέλτιστη εμπειρία, προκειμένου το άτομο να μοχλεύσει τις δυνατότητες που του δίνει η πλατφόρμα. Επόμενη διαφάνεια. Επίσης, είναι πολύ ενδιαφέρον είναι ότι είναι πιο σημαντικό ποτέ το γεγονός ότι οι εταιρείες επιτάχυναν τον ψηφιακό τους μετασχηματισμό. Αυτό είναι πολύ σημαντικό. Βλέπουμε κάποια παραδείγματα. Ένας γάμος. Στο παρελθόν έγιναν διάφοροι γάμοι και στη Cisco. Χρησιμοποίησαμε λοιπόν τις καινοτομίες τεχνολογίας βίντεο προκειμένου αυτή η εμπειρία να μεταφερθεί στα άτομα τα οποία δεν μπορούσαν να παρευρεθούν στο γάμο. Αυτοί οι οποίοι δηλαδή ήθελαν να ζήσουν αυτή τη μοναδική στιγμή και δεν μπορούσαν να είναι εκεί. Η εμπειρία στα μπαρ, όταν μπορείς να προπαραγγείλεις, να πάρεις το προϊόν γρήγορα και να είσαι όσο το δυνατόν πιο αποδοτικός. Επίσης, κάτι άλλο που αφορά και για μένα. Τις προάλλες παρευρέθηκα σε μια κηδεία. Δεν μπορούσα να είμαι εκεί, αλλά με την τεχνολογία Zoom, το Facebook κτλ. Μπορούσα να είμαι παρούσα. Και επίσης μπόρεσα να μοιραστώ αντίστοιχες εμπειρίες ή άλλες τέτοιες εμπειρίες με φίλους. Βεβαίως, αν κοιτάξουμε τι συμβαίνει πριν από ένα χρόνο, θα περιμέναμε ότι η ψηφιοποίηση θα είναι τόσο έντονη, τόσο ισχυρή στις εταιρείες μας. Δεν νομίζω ότι θα μπορούσε κανένας να το προβλέψει. Πάμε στην επόμενη διαφάνεια. Ένα από τα πράγματα που είναι τόσο σημαντικά, καθώς μιλάμε για την ψηφιοποίηση, είναι η εμπειρία του πελάτη. Για όλους μας λοιπόν, ως άτομα, ως καταναλωτές, έχουμε πολύ ψηλές προσδοκίες από το επίπεδο υπηρεσιών που θέλουμε να λάβουμε. Αν λοιπόν δεν είναι αρκετά υψηλό το επίπεδο εξυπηρέτησης, θα πάμε κάπου αλλού. Βεβαίως το θέμα δεν είναι μόνο να είσαι ψηφιοποιημένος και να είσαι online. Αναμένεις να υπάρχει καλή εξυπηρέτηση και αλληλεπίδραση στο πλαίσιο της εφαρμογής που αξιοποιείς. Καθώς, όπως λέμε, μπαίνουμε στο επίπεδο της οικονομίας των εφαρμογών, app economy. Αυτό που είναι σημαντικό για τις επιχειρήσεις είναι ότι όλα αυτά τα επιμέρους βήματα και τα στάδια πρέπει να τα καλοσκεφτείς, διότι θα τα περάσουν αυτά τα στάδια οι καταναλωτές σου και αυτόματα θα τα σχετίσουν με το δικό σου brand ως εταιρεία. Πρέπει λοιπόν να το σκεφτείς πάρα πολύ καλά, να σκεφτείς πάρα πολύ καλά τα διαφορετικά στάδια και τα βήματα, διότι είναι πάρα πολύ σημαντικό προκειμένου να υπάρχει η κατάλληλη εμπειρία καταναλωτή που θέλουμε. Επόμενη διαφάνεια. Όπως προείπα αρκετές φορές, εξετάζοντας τα προηγούμενα σημεία, πιστεύω ότι πραγματικά η τεχνολογία είναι το εύκολο κομμάτι. Μπορεί να πει κάποιος, περίεργο να το λέτε σε αυτό. Είμαι τεχνολόγος από τότε που σε όλη μου τη σταδιοδρομία, αυτή ήταν η σταδιοδρομία μου, τεχνολόγος. Αλλά σκεφτείτε το εξής, η τεχνολογία υπάρχει. Το θέμα είναι να διασφαλίσουμε ότι αυτή η τεχνολογία αξιοποιείται προκειμένου να διευκολύνουμε εταιρείες, επιχειρήσεις, άτομα να αγκαλιάσουν την τεχνολογία με τον σωστό τρόπο για το περιβάλλον τους. Αυτό που χρειάζεστε είναι να έχεις τα κατάλληλα προσόντα, τις δεξιότητες, προκειμένου να αποκομίσεις τα ωφέλη που πραγματικά έχει να σου προσφέρει η τεχνολογία. Άρα, είναι πολύ σημαντικό να αφιερώνεις χρόνο βεβαίως στην τεχνολογία, αλλά και να μπορείς να αξιοποιήσεις πλήρως τεχνολογία και αυτό που σου προσφέρει. Εδώ λοιπόν θα δείτε ένα γράφημα, μια αποτύπωση ενός τροχού. Είναι ο τροχός του ψηφιακού μετασχηματισμού. Θα δείτε ότι υπάρχουν τρεις σημαντικές συνιστώσεις, αν θέλετε. Οι συνιστώσεις αυτές είναι εξίσου σημαντικές για τη διαδικασία του μετασχηματισμού. Έχετε ποδηλατός για παράδειγμα. Ποδηλατείτε μόνοι σας και κάτι συμβαίνει με τη ρόδα. Ένα μικρό προβληματάκι σε μια κτίνα μπορεί να δημιουργήσει τεράστιο πρόβλημα στην μετακίνησή σας. Οπότε πρέπει να έχετε την ισορροπία μεταξύ αυτών των τριών συνιστοσών για να μπορείτε να φτάσετε κάπου. Όταν μιλούμε για... Πρέπει να σκεφτείτε τα πολιτισμικά στοιχεία, τα εργαλεία, τα συστήματα, καθώς και τα λειτουργικά συστήματα των μοντέλων σας. Όλα αυτά είναι εξίσου σημαντικά για να φτάσετε σε ένα θετικό αποτέλεσμα. Εδώ βλέπετε κάποια στοιχεία για το εργατικό δυναμικό του αύριο. Και αυτά ισχύουν και για την Ελλάδα. Ισχύουν μόνο για την Ελλάδα και χαίρομαι πολύ γιατί δουλεύουμε πολύ στενά με την Ελλάδα τα τελευταία χρόνια με την Network Academy της Cisco και πιστεύω πραγματικά ότι μελλοντικά για το μέλλον αναφορικά με τις πλατφόρμες επικοινωνίας στο μέλλον, νομίζω ότι είναι πολύ σημαντικό να διασφαλίσουμε ότι έχουμε τις κατάλληλες δεξιότητες, ικανότητες, προσόντα, προκειμένου να αποκομίσουμε τα ωφέλη που αναμένουμε από τις επενδύσεις που έχουμε κάνει συνολικά. Με αυτό λοιπόν θα ήθελα να κλείσω και να πω ένα τεράστιο ευχαριστώ σε όλους εσάς σήμερα εδώ. Ευελπιστώ να μπορέσατε να αποκομίσετε κάποια ωφέλη από τα στοιχεία που σας ανέφερα και να σκεφτείτε κάποιες από αυτές τις τάσεις, τεχνολογικές τάσεις, οι οποίες είναι πολύ σημαντικές για εμάς και για το μέλλον μας. Αυτές οι τάσεις, π.χ. το 5G, η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, η μηχανική μάθηση, το cloud, η συνεργασία είναι πολύ σημαντικές. Αν βιώνετε σε κάποιο επίπεδο αυτές τις τάσεις, να ξέρετε ότι θα συνεχίσετε στο μέλλον και θα αποκομίσουμε ακόμα περισσότερο ωφέλη καθώς μπαίνουμε στο μέλλον. Η τεχνολογία μπορεί να μας κάνει πολλά πράγματα, να προσφέρει πολλά πράγματα και μας συνδέει όλους μαζί προκειμένου να επιτύχουμε. Και αυτό είναι απλά η αρχή. Έχουμε πολλά βήματα μπροστά. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ελπίζω να απολαύσατε την ομιλία μου. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, κυρία Μάρς. Ήταν πραγματικά πολύ διαφωτιστική αυτή η παρουσίαση και με μεγάλη ανυπομονησία θα χαρούμε να σας δούμε και διαζώσει σε κάποια επόμενη εκδήλωση του Αμερικανικού Επιμελητήριου. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ. Σας ευχόμαστε καλό απόγευμα. Και με την ολοκλήρωση αυτής της παρουσίασης περνάμε στο επόμενο πάνελ, μια πολύ ενδιαφέρουσα συζήτηση. Ανάπτυξη γνώσης σε ένα παγκόσμιο περιβάλλον, η συμβουλή της κυβέρνησης και των θεσμών προς μια ετοιμότητα για το εργατικό δυναμικό για το μέλλον. So the topic of the next panel is knowledge development in a global context towards a future-ready workforce. I'm welcoming Mr. Panos Papazoglou as our moderator. He's the country managing partner from EY. We will be having the pleasure to have Madam Minister of Education quite soon. And already we have with us Mr. Haris Pastidis from the University of South California, Mr. Michael Bletsas, a research scientist and director for computing MIT, and Madam Panagotopoulos, chair at the AmCham committee. Mr. Papazoglou, I'm giving the floor to you, being the moderator for this most interesting discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. Spiritounias. Good afternoon. We all know that education is perhaps the most valuable good in every society. First of all, it prepares and trains educated and conscious citizens, but also researchers, technicians. And what is even more important for the growth of a country is its human capital. So a targeted and integrated education is by far the most valuable investment in a country. But are we in a position to say that we have the appropriate educational system in our country in order to have our future-ready citizens? Already, and it is known by all stakeholders that in Greece not only we lack the appropriate skills, but we also lack the mindset for a continuous reskilling and retraining. So we have distinguished panelists, and we will also discuss the critical role that can be played by all the stakeholders involved in order to shape a new framework for the education here in Greece. As Mrs. Spiritounias said, we have the most competent stakeholder, so to speak, Madam Minister, Mrs. Kerameos. We also have Mr. Haris Pastidis from the University of South Carolina, Mr. Bletsas from the MIT Media Lab, perhaps the most famous university in this field. If we have Madam Kerameos online, we can give the floor to the Minister straight away. Good afternoon, Madam Kerameos. It is a pleasure to have you with us. So I will rather raise the question for Mr. Pastidis. So many members of the academia across the globe argue that one of the few sectors that have not yet adopted important changes is education. We continue to have more or less 50 years now the same role models in education. So I would like to raise this question to you, Mr. Pastidis. Would you say that education serves its role to be the leader at the forefront of all those technological developments, or does it follow? Is it a laggard? Thank you very much, Mr. Papazoglou. Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, κύριε Παπάζογλου. Καλημέρα και στην Ελλάδα και καλησπέρα στους υπόλοιπους από τον υπόλοιπο κόσμο. Η αλήθεια είναι ότι είναι πολύ αργά στην υιοθέτηση της αλλαγής τα πανεπιστημιακά ιδρύματα. Χρειάζεται πολλές φορές μερικά χρόνια προκειμένου να αναπτύξει κανείς το εκπαιδευτικό του πρόγραμμα ή μάλλον το πρόγραμμα σπουδών. Στην Ελλάδα, για παράδειγμα, αν θέλουμε να δούμε τη συμμετοχή των πανεπιστημίων στην οικονομική πορεία της χώρας, τότε σίγουρα θα πρέπει να εμπλακούν από την αρχή, από το μηδέν, στο να δημιουργήσουν ένα νέο παράδειγμα και να ηγηθούν αυτών των αλλαγών. Στις Ηνωμένες Πολιτείες, τα πανεπιστήμια, για παράδειγμα, είναι υπεύθυνα για ένα σημαντικό αριθμό νέων επιχειρηματικών βημάτων. Για παράδειγμα, υπάρχουν πάρα πολλά, εκατοντάδες χιλιάδες επιχειρηματικά κέντρα στις ΗΠΑ και μεταξύ αυτών των 600 και πλέον χιλιάδων, τα 60.000 ουσιαστικά έχουν ιδρυθεί από πανεπιστήμια. Άρα δηλαδή αντίστοιχα θα πρέπει να δούμε και στην Ελλάδα πώς θα μπορέσουν αυτοί οι νέοι ταλαντούχοι άνθρωποι να πάρουν νέες δουλειές στα χέρια τους στην πορεία. Βέβαια δεν μπορεί κανείς να έχει, αν θέλετε, ηγετικό ρόλο από πλευράς πανεπιστημίου και επίσης να υπάρχει σωστή ανταπόκριση στην ζήτηση στην αγορά εργασίας αν δεν υπάρχουν τα κατάλληλα κίνητρα από την αρχή. Πιστεύω λοιπόν ότι ήρθε η ώρα για τα ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια να συμμετάσχουν. Είναι πραγματικά η στιγμή του μετασχηματισμού στην τριτοβάθμια εκπαίδευση σε όλον τον κόσμο, κυρίως εξαιτίας της πανδημίας, αλλά κυρίως και γιατί υπάρχει η ανάγκη να δημιουργήσουμε καλύτερες θέσεις εργασίας. Άρα λοιπόν θα απαντήσω λέγοντας ότι η ηγεσία των ελληνικών πανεπιστημίων θα πρέπει να εμπλακεί ενεργά και δυναμικά σε έναν γόνιμο διάλογο με την επιχειρηματική κοινότητα, με τα επιμελητήρια και με το Υπουργείο βεβαίως, προκειμένου να υπάρξει αυτή η εταιρική σχέση για να παίξουν τα πανεπιστήμια τον σωστό ρόλο τους για το μέλλον. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, κύριε Παστίδη. Δίνω τον λόγο στον κύριο Μπλέτσα τώρα, στον κύριο Μιχάλη Μπλέτσα. Μιχάλης, I would like to ask you the following question. You have extensive experience at the level of the European universities as regards the current trends. And from your experience from one of the best media labs, what are your thoughts? And having, let's say, contacted many graduates, how could we upgrade the Greek universities, and how could it be possible for the Greek universities to adopt some of the best practices of universities in America? Well, given the current framework, I would like to quote an American philosopher, John Dewey, He's already 100. This is already said 100 years ago, but it says that if you teach methods of the past to teach the students in the present, then they will be deprived of the future. I believe that Greece constitutes a classical example of this case. And if we were to adopt a marketing jargon, we would say that our educational system is still stuck in the second industrial revolution. So the stakes are different, the challenges are different. We do not need knowledge. We do not need information. We need to find the way to identify, to map the knowledge, to transform the information into knowledge. We need to learn how to learn our lives, if you like. We need to escape from over-specialization, which is at the early stages of education. We need to move to more experiential learning, because all, let's say, soft skills, all the soft skills, is not taught. It is something to be learned by doing. So we need less conventional teaching, more experiential learning or project-based learning in our educational systems. And mainly, we need to do away with the direction that we have adopted so far, which is also the huge problem of the Greek educational system. That is, this entire educational system has set as its target the tertiary level education entry. So graduation with a university degree, which very often does not respond to something tangible in the market. So we need to see tertiary education as an autonomous level and not as the next step to something else. So we need to provide to the students and secondary level students with the appropriate tools and ways and teach them how to learn for the rest of their lives. Thank you very much, Mr. Bletsas. I think that we do have the minister now online connected. So allow me to raise the following question to her, which relates to what Mr. Bletsas said. Based on experience, we know from the past at least that knowledge in the past would suffice at the level of qualifications and to get a job. Is this sufficient? Or do we need a different paradigm of operation, more adapted to skills? And as an example, instead of overburdening children with lots of knowledge from the very beginning, therefore systematically cultivate from the early stages of our educational system this sterile memorization. Shouldn't we be cultivating instead more creativity and develop the digital also literacy? Do I have the floor? Yes, Madam Minister. Good afternoon to all. Thank you very, very much for this honorary invitation to be part of this panel, and many congratulations indeed on this excellent organization, and given the fact that we can tap on all the tools by the technology provided in order not to have the possibility to be in a dialogue despite the pandemic. Thank you for your question. I would say that the learning paradigm does not only refer to conveying knowledge. Of course, this is an important part, but this is not the only element. We need to learn how to learn, not only to acquire knowledge, but also to learn how to acquire this knowledge. And given the fact that the information towards the younger generation is all the more increasing, therefore it becomes all the more important for our young students to be able, let's say, to sort this knowledge, to filter it, if you like, to process this information and sort between what is important and what not, what is false and what is, let's say, faux and correct. So the mission is not only to convey knowledge, but also to cultivate skills, essentially. And for this reason, or clearly rather, and for this reason, the government, since September, has introduced in the mandatory curriculum the skills labs. So these labs, through various thematics, teach skills such as the spirit of collaboration, teamwork, synergy, through various thematic elements such as respect to the others, an entrepreneurial spirit, respect for the environment. So via those thematic labs, both in theory and in practice, the idea is to cultivate and teach skills to our students. So this is a key mission for the school, to develop those skills. And we have undertaken several initiatives to further promote skills development. And if everything goes well, this will be part of the curriculum at all schools, in the schools of the country. Thank you very much, Madam Kerameos. A question for Mr. Pastidis. In the recent months, a lot has been said at the level of the public debate how to match and link at the level of collaboration between the American universities and Greek universities. What could be the prospects and the expectations out of such collaboration? Σας ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ και μια καλημέρα και στην Υπουργό, την κυρία Κεραμέως, η οποία πραγματικά είναι πολύ ένθερμος υποστηρικτής όλων αυτών των προγραμμάτων και ουσιαστικά στέκεται στην αιχμή αυτής της συνεργασίας. Εμείς λοιπόν στοχεύουμε σε μια μεγάλη ομάδα Αμερικανών ηγετών στον τομέα της έρευνας, προκειμένου να συνεργαστούν με Έλληνες ομολόγους τους από τα ελληνικά πανεπιστήμια. Αλλά αυτό, αν θέλετε, είναι εύκολο να το ξεκινήσεις. Η βιωσιμότητα του όμως και η διάρκεια του είναι δύσκολη. Άρα λοιπόν θέλουμε να δημιουργήσουμε αυτούς τους, αν θέλετε, διάβλους επικοινωνίας μεταξύ των δύο πλευρών. Άρα όχι μόνο ερευνητές από την πλευρά της Αμερικής, αλλά και άλλους από την Αμερική, οι οποίοι έχουν πραγματικά μεγάλο ενδιαφέρον για την χώρα αυτή, προκειμένου να έχουμε βιώσιμες συνεργασίες. Υπάρχουν λοιπόν κάποια προγράμματα τα οποία έχουν δομηθεί στο πλαίσιο του προγράμματος Fulbright. Είναι το δεύτερο παλαιότερο στον κόσμο, αρχαιότερο στον κόσμο, αν θέλετε, αυτό το οποίο τρέχει στην Ελλάδα. Μόνο η Ινδία έχει ένα το οποίο είναι ακόμα πιο μακροβιότερο, αν θέλετε. Άρα λοιπόν ευελπιστούμε στην διασπορά, στη ΣΥΠΑ, στον Καναδά και αλλού, στην ελληνική δηλαδή, στη διασπορά των Ελλήνων που θέλουν να επιστρέψουν, προκειμένου να μπορέσουμε να δημιουργήσουμε βιώσιμες σχέσεις. Πιστεύω λοιπόν ότι αυτό πραγματικά είναι, αν θέλετε, μια ρηξικέλευτη πρωτοβουλία. Να έχουμε λοιπόν αυτές τις εταιρικές σχέσεις, είτε στην επιχειρηματικό τομέα, στην ναυτιλία, στην υψηλή τεχνολογία, στις ανθρωπιστικές επιστήμες, σε πολλά πεδία. Αυτές λοιπόν οι σχέσεις ανάμεσα στη ΣΥΠΑ και στην Ελλάδα είναι πάρα πολύ δυνατές, καθώς μεταβαίνουμε λοιπόν σιγά σιγά προς την ανάληψη εξουσίας από μια νέα αμερικανική διοίκηση. Πρέπει λοιπόν οπωσδήποτε να σφυριλατήσουμε ακόμα πιο ισχυρούς δεσμούς ανάμεσα στους καθηγητές μας, στους πανεπιστημιακούς μας, αυτούς τους ηγέτες της πανεπιστημιακής κοινότητας, προκειμένου να μπορέσουν και αυτοί να συνδράμουν σε αυτήν την ελληνική οικονομία. Σας ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ.
Let me go back to the minister. Less than 18 months ago, actually 18 months ago, we have had the mergers of higher educational institutions with technical educational institutes, so that, and this led to this kind of overwhelming and densely populated institutes highlighted by certain surveys. Maybe we should redesign the landscape of higher educational institutes so that their graduates become catalysts of growth in the context of fourth and maybe the fifth revolution. Mr. Bletcher said something that our educational system resemble more to the second or the third revolution, and we're about to enter the fifth one. Thank you very much for this question. If I might complement to what was said before, our universities try to become as extrovert as possible. There is a program underway with the AIE, based in New York. And if I'm not mistaken, 27 or 28 top U.S. Universities, most of them are Ivy League ones, agreed to cooperate together with Greek universities in order to investigate new areas of collaboration. For instance, common or joint curricula, joint courses, summertime courses for U.S. students, and we hope that in the coming period we will be able to announce some of these important collaborations. So this is a very important pillar of extroversion, and it's one that we have included in the qualitative criteria to be used for assessing our educational institutions. Because as mentioned before, it's very important to redesign the educational map of our country. In other words, what university institutions serve the national needs, which are the ones that meet scientific criteria, do we have feasibility studies for all of them, etc. So because of certain changes that took place over the past years, changes that took place using micro-partisan interests, driven by micro-partisan interests, led to certain institutions created with no feasibility study, with no criteria met. So we are redesigning the academic map. We have the National Authority of Higher Educational, whose mandate is to evaluate the curricula, to assess the overall educational map. What do we need? What don't we need? What serves Greek economy, Greek needs, what fulfills academic criteria, so that we can rationalize the ecosystem on the basis of the findings of this survey. I'd like to seize this opportunity to say that before the omnibus bill on the tertiary education that will be submitted soon, we have already introduced a bill on vocational training and professional studies, because this bill, I say so because this bill aims at promoting vocational training, allow our youngsters with more alternatives, pave new ways, and after providing them with the options, then we will reform deeply the higher education institutions. Thank you very much, dear Minister. I'd like to ask you something more. In the recent Pisaridis Commission report, that's how we call it, the Pisaridis report, on the new growth model of Greece, we saw there was a discussion about a new university, about the signal was broken, something about public. There was a discussion about a new body like the university boards. Is it something new? Is it too early for you to say? No. Let me tell you something. The omnibus bill on the tertiary higher education is still underway. Allow me not to disclose any important features of this bill or provisions, but allow me to say that the main priority is to change the way universities are being run. We are in constant consultation with members of the academia so that this process of elaborating the new bill is completed. We will, what is for certain is that we will strengthen extroversion of and accountability of universities. These are the main principles we want to serve with respect to how universities are run. Thank you very, very much. Mr. Blechas. We see in Greece a rise in startups lately, some of which are very successful, and some of which have been born, let's say, in the university context. What should the government do in order to have startups being multiplied? Do you believe that incentive-based schemes to attract new scientists and startups from abroad deliver? Would this be a way to quickly develop an ecosystem that will be an accelerator of this process? No, not in the short term. What I would like to see from the government is I would like the government to give incentives to major companies to come to Greece and create new centers. What should also be done is, at last, to create the framework that will effectively allow a member of the academia to marketize his research or her research so he can monetize it. It cannot be done right now in Greece. There are many ways, and if somebody wants to do something like that, has to do it in a skewed way and at the brink of legality. This is not the case. This cannot happen. When in MIT, professors spend 1 day per week to do something out of their curriculum that allows them, another activity in order to marketize or to monetize the research. I don't see why we can't do something like that, something of the sort. But, we don't have to bring foreign startups in Greece. What our country lacks is businesses investing in the workforce, businesses that opt for ongoing training of their people, that support the business development using their own personnel, their own staff. And this is the school, if you like, from which startups will find executives from. We have quite a number of startups. We have to allow them and help them become more mature. That's the important thing. And I think that what we lack is, in the world of business, is to have big companies truly investing in ongoing training of their staff. This is what we lack in Greece. And universities are called to do things that they are not set to do, and it's not part of their scope. Linking research and production, linking education with production, and the methodology to do that is not the job of the university. The university is here to give you the foundations, to provide you with the essentials. Given that we lack these foundations, that we don't have this groundwork, we expect the university to do that, but it's not its role. So I would like to see things like the Pfizer initiative, and I can see that this initiative grows bigger. I heard the Prime Minister commenting on that a couple of days ago. He used future-telling. He had a future-telling approach to that. The message was very positive, but I think we have to focus on that. No, it's not the university to do everything. You're right. You're right. Let me go back to the minister, Mrs. Kerameos. I think you touched upon that. We talk a lot about technology. We talk a lot about higher education. But when one discusses with businessmen, manufacturers, we see that there is a shortage of specific technical professionals. Lately, you announced that there is a new bill on vocational training under consultation in order to build 2-year-long vocational training schools. And as you said, this will be placed, let's say, somewhere in between the high schools and the EPALs, which are the vocational lyceums. Could you elaborate on that? Indeed, a few days ago, we announced that there's a new bill under consultation, which aims at fully or comprehensively redesigning the ecosystem of lifelong learning and vocational training. This bill aims at bringing together the true needs of the marketplace, of the labor market, and higher education. And I'm saying that because one of the biggest weaknesses of the gap between them, and what we need is to cover the gap, to fill the gap, and provide our youngster with the skills needed. So how do we fill this gap? In a certain way. Whatever is being taught in the senior high schools, the vocational educational training schools, etc., or in the IPAL, whatever is taught will be developed after discussing that with stakeholders, involving a central body and another body, regional one, with the participation of the General Confederation of Workers, the Industrialist Federation, etc. For instance, the islands of Cyclades or in Crete, maybe there are certain needs for certain touristic professions. Another example, in Western Macedonia, as you know very well, there is a lignite phasing out process. Maybe we should emphasize more on energy-related professions. So we will first identify the needs in the specific labor markets, and then we will amend the curricula, the courses, etc., on the basis of these requirements. This is the fundamental change introduced by this bill. Second important bit is what you said, that we are creating a new layer, the third layer, as this is called. It's the one after the junior high school and before the senior high school for vocational training. For instance, sculptors, marble craftsmen, wood craftsmen. We're talking about very specific technical professions. So after the high school is over, one might attend these 2-year courses, so he or she can have a very targeted set of skills for the labor market. If he or she changes his mind, then they can come back to vocational training, to the senior high school. We want this as a main principle in our approach. So this is something to be introduced in the new bill. And for the first time, we will have model senior high schools for vocational training. So we are founding such, let's say, institutions, organizations for open to everyone, so we can emit the message that we're here to support vocational training and vocational professions, for vocational training and education, and the importance of this education in order to have quality jobs in Greece. Thank you very much. Of course, one day or another, we have to highlight the role of the private sector, because we keep on talking about the role of universities and schools, but we must not forget the important role that the private sector is to play. I'm talking about private companies, because we have to unskill people. We have to help them unlearn what they already know and be taught new stuff, so that we have the so-called lifelong and ongoing training. And I think that the role of businesses in this respect is very important and significant. So, before I give the floor to Mrs. Panagiotopoulou, Mrs. Panagiotopoulou, Ms. Panagiotopoulou is the chair of the Educational Innovation Entrepreneurship Committee of the AmCham. I'd like to give the floor to the Minister, to Mr. Pasidis, to Mr. Bletsas, to Mr. or anyone else who would like to ask the Minister something.
Ναι, θα ήθελα λοιπόν να κάνω πρώτα ένα σχόλιο ότι πάντα υπάρχει, αν θέλετε, ένα θετικό σημείο παρά την πανδημία και αυτό ουσιαστικά συνίσταται στην ανώτερη εκπαίδευση. Ξέρουμε λοιπόν όλοι ότι στην Ελλάδα μπορεί να καθυστέρησε λίγο στο να υιοθετήσει κάποιες αλλαγές γρήγορα, όμως παρά το γεγονός αυτό είδαμε ότι παρά την κρίση μπορούν τώρα οι νέοι επιστήμονες και οι νέοι, αν θέλετε, φοιτητές ή μαθητές μπορούν εύκολα να εντοπίσουν καλύτερα πώς μπορούν να ενεργοποιήσουν, αν θέλετε, την καριέρα τους. Άρα λοιπόν, πώς θα μπορέσουν, κύριε Υπουργέ, αυτοί να αποκριθούν στις ανάγκες των νέων ανθρώπων που, για παράδειγμα, δεν μπορούν να έχουν πρόσβαση σε διάφορες δυνατότητες που τους παρέχει η ψηφιακή εκπαίδευση. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ για την ερώτηση αυτή. Thank you very much for this question. The entire, I would say, educational community from the age of 4 up until the university, they are all online. So we have the implementation of the universal online digital education, despite the problems and the challenges. So at the level of our schools, we have 300,000 digital classes per day, just to give you an idea of the envergure. Last week, we had on a cumulative basis 6.5 million students connected per day. So this is a huge challenge, and this is something for which the teachers, the students, and the families need to take credit for. And the entire educational community has made tremendous effort. And I will agree, of course, with you that this will not substitute the physical class. The objective is, of course, to have our schools and our universities open and operate. However, we need to protect our schools, our universities, and because of the pandemic, the technology can support us a lot in order to have in as much as possible unhindered way the continuation of the educational process. And this has indeed contributed to this technological leap for this process. For instance, this year we had for the first time the digital registration or enrollment rather for the toddlers at the kindergarten. And the teachers, the teaching staff, in a very short period of time, they have improved a lot their digital skills. And in the long run, this will improve education as well. So, for instance, even when we will be back in the physical classes, the fact that our teachers will have become more familiar with all the digital tools of the asynchronous education, they will be able to use them to support their role and their educational function. So this huge effort is something for which our students and our teachers need to be congratulated on. However, we need to invest on this endeavor because this can constitute a leap at the level of education with a very positive outcome for the teachers and the students as well. Mr. Bletsas, would you have a brief question? Yes. First of all, I would like to say that the fact that we have the digital classes in Greece makes me very very proud. So this is indeed the bright example, the silver lining in this pandemic. There are, of course, other countries which have a more extensive experience and more resources in that field. So this is why this makes the success of Greece even greater. Anyway, the Prime Minister talked about 100,000 classes. I talked about 300,000. So what is the real fact, let's say? So we have real online classes, and we also have synchronous and asynchronous digital education classes. This is why we have this difference in the numbers. Anyway, having said this, this is an achievement for Greece, for which I'm very proud. So, a question to you, Madam Minister. When when the essential assessment of the teaching staff will become a reality for primary and secondary education? Thank you. The evaluation and the assessment rather involves two parts, the school unit and the teaching staff. This has already been adopted. However, you realize that because of the pandemic, the implementation is more difficult than when you have the schools in operation. This goes for the school units. The assessment for the teaching staff is under preparation, and it is processed as a draft provision. The assessment for the universities already adopted, and the implementation, the rollout rather, has started. Just to give you an idea, before the New Democracy Party came into power, the amount of funding for each university was under the exclusive decision by one minister. So one minister could allocate these amounts to their discretion. When we came into power, we said, no, you have to have criteria. So we adopted a framework based on which 80% of this funding is based on objective criteria, namely the number of university students, the number of departments, presence of university units and schools and buildings in various geographical areas and so forth. So this is a set, let's say, of objective criteria. And another set of criteria is quality criteria to get this funding. So how does the university respond vis-à-vis absorption at the labor market, quality of studies, research activity, publications, and peer reviews, for example, internationalization and openness, foreign students, and so forth. So this is a major change that we have put forward. Assessment of universities is now a criteria for their funding. A very brief comment before we conclude. Madam Litsa Panayotopoulos. Thank you very much. I feel very proud and content. It is with a great joy and pleasure and honor to have the minister once again with us. Last year, we had the pleasure of her presence among a panel with young students. It was the first time that we had a minister in dialogue, in discussion with students, young students. Also, back then, we had actually envisaged the idea to set up a council of wise students for the students to share their views and opinions. And if we have such an input now, this is also thanks to last year's summit organized by AmCham. Now, this year, since we have this most interesting panel, it is worth underscoring that what we need to do is not only to have knowledge stored at the level of universities, but how, as Mr. Bletzer said, this will be translated into skills in order to enhance our output chain, because our students are our future. They will shape the future. As we speak, in Finland, they develop a new project, and those who are students today are the workers and the employers of the future. So the employers are involved at every step of the way. So the skills need to be coupled by such projects as well. The pandemic was indeed both a crisis and an opportunity, because it brought about leapfrogs for us. And it is the chance for us to implement everything that we have discussed. So, Madam Minister, you have our full support and assistance at every step of the way. And I am certain that both Mr. Papazoglou, Pastidis, and Bletsas, and many more stand by your side. Sincerely, I would like to express my gratitude. I listened to you very careful, and we are always at your disposal. Thank you. Thank you very much. And let us conclude with some optimism. We will all agree that at the level of education, the pace indeed and the momentum has speeded up towards change, and we are at the disposal of the Minister, of any other stakeholder, for any assistance and any help. We would like to thank the Minister as well as all the panelists, and I'm passing the floor to the Executive Director, Mr. Spirtounias. Thank you very much. Congratulations. We would like to deeply thank Madam Minister, dear Michalis, dear Harris, my dear Litsas. Indeed, that was not only an interesting panel, but a panel on which we can build upon and use it as a legacy. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And now we will give the floor to our next keynote speaker. Πολύ μεγάλη χαρά λοιπόν θα δώσουμε το λόγο στον επόμενο ομιλητή μας, τον κύριο Μάικλ Κράτσιος από το Υπουργείο Άμυνας των Ηνωμένων Πολιτειών, Chief Technology Officer. Με μεγάλη χαρά σας βλέπουμε και πάλι, κύριε Κράτσιο, μετά από λίγους μήνες αφότου υπεγράφει αυτή η διμερής συμφωνία για την προώθηση της έρευνας και τεχνολογίας. Τι σημαίνει λοιπόν αυτή η συμφωνία για τις δύο χώρες και πώς μπορούμε και εμείς ως Ελλάδα να επωφεληθούμε από αυτή τη συμφωνία. Σας ευχαριστούμε και πάλι.
Καλησπέρα. Είναι πολύ μεγάλη τιμή που βρίσκομαι μέσα σήμερα. Μακάρι να το κάναμε και διαζώσεις. Όπως ξέρετε, η οικογένειά μου κατάγεται από Τυχείο και το να πηγαίνω στην Ελλάδα πάντα είναι για μένα το δεύτερο σπίτι. Ευχαριστώ το Ελληνοαμερικάνικο Επιμελητήριο που έφερε σε επαφή τόσες σημαντικές φωνές από τη ΣΥΠΑ και την Ελλάδα στο φετινό summit. Φέτος έχουμε μια μνημειώδη προσπάθεια να διαμορφώσουμε το τοπίο της τεχνολογίας και της καινοτομίας προς όφελος όχι μόνο των δικών μας, αλλά και των επόμενων γενεών. Πιστεύω πραγματικά ότι δεν υπάρχουν πλέον εθνικοί εταίροι, άλλοι εθνικοί εταίροι περισσότερο από ότι εμείς αυτά τα δύο έθνη. Ούτως ή άλλως η Ελλάδα αναγνωρίζεται ως το λίκνο της επιστήμης και της διερεύνησης. Οι ΗΠΑ έχουν δομηθεί πάνω σε αυτά τα θεμέλια της δημοκρατίας και της επιστημονικής περιέργειας και προσπάθειας. άτομα που προέρχονται από όλα τα πλαίσια, από όλα τα περιβάλλοντα, από όλα τα παρελθόντα, που αναζητούν πάντα καινοτομία. Πρωτίστως, τα δύο έθνη έχουν δημοκρατικά ιδεώδη, αγάπη για την ελευθερία και τη δημοκρατία και αισιοδοξία για το μέλλον. Η τεχνητή νοημοσύνη, το quantum computing και οι τεχνολογίες και η επικοινωνία πέμπτης γενιάς είναι η πρώτη προτεραιότητα της αμερικανικής κυβέρνησης και έχουμε λάβει άνευ προηγουμένου δράσεις για να απελευθερώσουμε τον ιδιωτικό τομέα, την πανεπιστημιακή κοινότητα, ώστε να καθοδηγήσουν την καινοτομία. Η Αμερική, ο ηγέτης παγκοσμίως στην τεχνολογία, έχει δεσμευτεί να συνεργαστεί με τους συμμάχους με μια κοινή αφοσίωση στα κοινά δημοκρατικά ιδεώδη. Μετά από χρόνια οικονομικής δυσκολίας, η Ελλάδα είναι έτοιμη να αδεθεί πολύ πιο ισχυρή, πολύ πιο αποφασιστική και πολύ καλύτερα προετοιμασμένη για την οικονομία του 21ου αιώνα. Η χώρα βρήθη ελπίδας και υψηλού βεληνικούς επιστημονικό δυναμικό και επιχειρηματίες υψηλών προδιαγραφών και προσόντων. Πρόσφατα το διαπίστωσα και ο ίδιος, επισκεπτόμενος το Κολέγιο Ανατόλια. Το κέντρο νεοφυών, το STEM Center, με τις φυσικές επιστήμες δηλαδή, στο Ανατόλια, προετοιμάζει τους μελλοντικούς επιστήμονες, εστιάζοντας σε εμπειρίες του πραγματικού κόσμου και τη μεταφορά από τη θεωρία στην πράξη. Από τη δική μου σκοπιά, ο κόσμος και η σχέση μεταξύ ΗΠΑ και Ελλάδος σε ό,τι αφορά την καινοτομία είναι πάντα πολύ ισχυρή και συνεχίζει πάντα να ισχυροποιείται. Ανέφερα το Σεπτέμβριο, με μεγάλη μου περηφάνεια, ήμουν στην αποστολή του Υπουργού Εξωτερικών Πομπέο και συνάντησα τους υπουργούς Γεωργιάδη και Δήμα και συνυπογράψαμε μια νέα συμφωνία συνεργασίας μεταξύ των δύο εθνών. Αυτή η συμφωνία για πρώτη φορά από το 1980 ενισχύει το τομέα μας στο πεδίο της έρευνας και της τεχνολογίας και αποδεικνύει τη δέσμευση και των δύο εθνών να προάγουν την επιστήμη και τεχνολογία προς όφελος όλων και για το μέλλον της εθνικής μας ασφάλειας και ευημερίας. Προάγει τις δραστηριότητες έρευνας και ανάπτυξης μεταξύ ΗΠΑ και Ελλάδας, μεταξύ θεσμικών οργάνων, πανεπιστημιακών ερευνητικών κέντρων και ιδιωτικών φορέων. Ουσιαστικά ανοίγει τον δρόμο για συνέργειες, για συνέργειες και για συνεργασίες δημόσιου και ιδιωτικού τομέα μεταξύ των δύο χωρών. Ουσιαστικά είναι η κορονής της προωθούσας συνεργασίας μεταξύ των δύο χωρών. Βλέπουμε αμερικανικές επενδύσεις να ανεβαίνουν συνεχώς στην Ελλάδα. Το 2018 η Αμερική άνοιξε ερευνητικό κέντρο στην Αθήνα. Η Pfizer και η Cisco ανήγγειλαν την έναρξη 2 νέων κέντρων ερευνητικών. Και σε αυτό το συνέδριο κιόλας η Pfizer ανακοίνωσε και την ίδρυση δεύτερου ερευνητικού κέντρου στην Θεσσαλονίκη. Η Microsoft επίσης ανήγγειλε πρόγραμμα για $1 δισεκατομμύρια νέο ερευνητικό κέντρο στην Αθήνα. Θα συνεχίσουμε λοιπόν να ενθαρρύνουμε τους ερευνητές, τους επιχειρηματίες, τους επιστήμονες να συνεργαστούν για να καθοδηγήσουν τεχνολογική πρόοδο. Ως Αμερικανοί θεωρούμε την Ελλάδα πραγματικό πυλώνα για σταθερότητα στην νοτιοανατολική Ευρώπη και είμαστε πάρα πολύ υπερήφανοι να θεωρούμε την Ελλάδα πολύ στενό μας σύμμαχο. Τώρα, περισσότερο από ποτέ, είναι αδύρυτης σημασίας για τις δυτικές δημοκρατικές χώρες να καθοδηγήσουν τον κόσμο στην ανάπτυξη και την εφαρμογή των τεχνολογιών της επόμενης γενιάς. Γνωρίζουμε ότι τα αυταρχικά καθεστώτα διαστρέφουν τις τεχνολογίες αυτές και εις βάρος των λαών τους και λειτουργούν και θέλουν να χρησιμοποιήσουν αυτές τις τεχνολογίες για να εξάγουν την αυθαιρεσία του εξωτερικού. Πρέπει να το καταπολεμήσουμε αυτό, με βάση ακριβώς τα κοινά μας ιδεώδη. Οι αξίες μας θα ενισχύσουν την ικανότητά μας να καινοτομήσουμε τεχνολογικά και η τεχνολογία θα λειτουργήσει ακριβώς σαν προωθητήρας των αξιών μας. Μια στενή συνεργασία Αμερικής και ΗΠΑ θα βοηθήσει σε ένα ασφαλές, δημοκρατικό και ευήμερο μέλλον για όλους. Χαίρομαι που συμμετέχω και βλέπω τόσους φίλους από τις δύο πλευρές του Ατλαντικού στο συνέδριο αυτό. Ευχαριστώ που με παρακολουθήσατε και προσβλέπω στο υπόλοιπο των εργασιών του συνεδρίου. Κύριε Κράτσιο, χαιρόμαστε πάρα πολύ που σας βλέπουμε έστω και μέσω οθόνης. Προσβλέπουμε να σας δούμε την επόμενη φορά, είτε στη Ουάσιγκτον, είτε όταν έρθετε και πάλι στην Ελλάδα για να επισκεφτείτε το πατρογονικό σας νησί Τυχείο. Να είστε καλά και ευχαριστούμε πολύ που ήσταν μαζί μας. Προχωράμε τώρα με το πρόγραμμα, αγαπητοί φίλοι. Έχουμε πολύ ενδιαφέρον πάνελ. This is an extremely interesting panel. Let us not forget that technology is at the center of everything. Therefore, we have with us an excellent panel of people who will discuss on how digital technologies can help in the modernization of state services, but also in business growth. Originally, we would have the minister in charge, Mr. Pierakakis, with us, but due to an extraordinary meeting with the prime minister, he will come by the end of the session. So we'll start by greeting the excellent conversants, starting with Mr. Antonis Tsiboukis, who is the general manager of Greece, Cyprus, and Malta for Cisco. Welcome, Antonis. Mr. Kostas Lukas, General Manager of the Public Sector, Central and Eastern Europe for Microsoft. Welcome, dear Kostas. Mr. Antonis Monokrousos, who is Country Leader of Oracle Hellas, for Hellas, Cyprus and Malta, and Andreas Xyrokostas, who is the Managing Director of SAP Hellas, Cyprus and Malta. Welcome into this meeting, dear friends. So let us start by addressing one question to each. And since some of the staff of the cabinet of the minister attend this panel, perhaps they can inform him. So we'll start the discussion first with dear Antonis. By the way, you can always intervene and comment any question or reply given. So let us start with the question: how technologies, digital technologies, helped the state services? What, to your view, will remain following the pandemic? To what extent?
There are two Antonis, and we're both dear. So which one of the two? Antonis Cisco. Antonis Cisco has the floor. Antonis Tsiboukis. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity you have given us to participate once again in this event, which is virtual, of course. What we've heard in the last 3 days has shown us that digital transformation is a must. We've seen that everywhere, in all sectors, despite the fact that none of the speakers came from the technology sector. We've heard people from the business sector and others saying that digital transformation has come very abruptly. And now it seems that it will also be part of the government in the same abrupt manner. Mr. Pierakakis, the minister, was very competent in managing to bring forward many applications, e-prescriptions and other, let's say, tools that facilitate the life of citizens. Of course, this also means better services on the part of the government, but in general, it's very good for citizens. Thank you very much, Antonis. Anybody who would like to follow up on what Mr. Tsiboukis has just said? Yes, Elias, I could add that we've seen telemedicine evolving very rapidly. Online learning, e-conferences, e-commerce has multiplied and has boomed. This list is not exhaustive. What will stay with us after the COVID? Well, We don't know yet. The post-COVID era will definitely be different, but we don't know to what extent these things will remain with us. Many of them have in practice proven their value. Thank you very much for this addition. Now let me go to Mr. Xyrokostas and ask a question. Technological infrastructure in the private sector, and especially in SMEs, which are the backbone of the Greek economy. Do they need a lot of work in order to keep up with the recent developments in terms of technological equipment? First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be with you, even virtually. It would have been much better if we could be in the same room. It is clear that the progress we've seen in the last 10 years was very important. Even in the very difficult times that our country was going through, developing businesses, as I call them, as I like to call them, made important steps forward. Why? Because the management is very close to the owner. The owner is usually the manager. So businessmen and business women, business people, always try to find opportunities. We are not lagging behind. There is room for improvement, but developing Greek businesses, as I like to call them, are at a very good level. Of course, there was a leap in terms of the parallel channels of communication that were created, because after this very bad experience we had with this pandemic, we will have several parallel channels available. The physical shops and businesses will not be abandoned. We will still have a physical presence, but we will also have alternative ways of doing business. And we have the free initiative on the part of business people, which allows them to take these leaps forward. It's an obvious chance to do all these things.
Thank you, Andreas. I don't know whether someone would like to add anything to what Mr. Xyrokostas has said. Off mic. Kostas, turn on your mic, please. Costa, we can't hear you. You turned off your mic, Kostas. Whatever. Yes. Okay. Yes. So, good afternoon. I wanted to add a thought beyond the technological leap, and this is an important part that we must acknowledge. Beyond this technological leap we all speak about, something else has also happened, equally important. On the basis of this crisis, the field of technology was challenged to deal with something very difficult, and we must all feel a bit well, is that to a great extent technology responded. That is, it grew to the challenge. So it's not only one company, all companies and the people of technology, the various organizations responded to this challenge. And to a great extent, this part of the economy currently operating is based on this effort. Therefore, this brings along something else which affects all companies. It increases trust. It increases trust to what technology can offer, that we can bear the burden and we can move further. For me, it's a huge legacy that will regard both the new technologies as well as the use of those technologies, from very small companies and consumers up to major companies, corporations, and the public state. So a great asset now, a great legacy is the growth of trust. There are issues, there may be problems that they can be dealt with. The great leap that was affected due to the pandemic these 9 months, it's unprecedented. And it is something that makes us very happy. And it is to be attributed to all the people present, all the people in this field. Thank you. Thank you, Kostas. I believe what you said, and I suppose they reflect the impressions of all. I suppose the minister in charge will be very glad to listen to all that, because indeed the Ministry of Digital Governance has done a lot of things. They proceed, and this we have to admit. I don't know whether someone would like to add something to what Mr. Loukas has said, or should I move ahead? Well, let me say a couple of things with regard to the growth of trust. Here in Greece, we've got a major paradigm of digital technology implementation, teleeducation, that the minister, Madame Kerameus, has elaborated upon before that. It has been discussed a lot. The public opinion, the opposition party made it a major challenge and provocation. This must be left behind. Now we enter an environment which has never been tested in such a scale anywhere in the world, and this applies to all countries. Some may be more advanced, other less, but all countries indiscriminately had to enter such an environment. So we should be a little bit patient. Not very patient, because technology does operate, but let us give some time to get accustomed and familiarized with the various tools. This takes time. I agree with the fact that digital technology and implementation was rapid in its growth in our country, and what will stay will be a major footprint. We were late in embarking upon this voyage, but now that we embarked upon it, there's no way back. I agree. I totally agree with you, Antonis. And actually now you give me, you kicked the ball to my side for an excellent next question about the future. What are the necessary skills that would be needed for the future? Do we have those skills as a country? And if not, what should we do? How do we view things? From your viewpoint as CEOs, that you seek for talent, you seek for recruitments and so forth. So let's start with Monocrous, then we can all comment on that. Well, that's an excellent issue, Elias, and very serious indeed. It is one of the keys of the future for the future success. It's on the table of discussion of both the public and private sector. Various surveys have demonstrated that the number one on the CEO's table on a world scale, and especially in the USA, is the so-called war for talents. That is, the war to attract, train, and maintain talents. If we expand that to skills as well, we see that this is the number one potentially subject today for the whole of the economy. We'll see statistical surveys doing that the number one issue on whether a company can fully make use of the potential of digital transformation is finding the right people. It's neither assets nor technology. There is money, there's technology. It's the people, the skills, therefore, that are lacking. And then not only in Greece, everywhere. So let's make a distinction. On one hand, there are the so-called skills on the digital environment per se. They are definitely lacking, and we must enhance the universities and the people who are led towards this kind of training, towards this education, either hard ones, that is computer science and so forth, or as part of their education from other disciplines. Training must be from the first grade, if not from kindergarten, throughout one's person's life, we must create more professionals in the field of STEM and informatics, with programming being in the pinnacle. What is interesting is when we make an analysis of the available jobs in the LinkedIn, 9 out of 10 jobs seeking for informatics technology are companies that do not have to do with information technology. They are general companies. And this is the offspring of the huge evolution of technology and the digital transformation. Companies have understood that this is the one way. It's their main tool of growth and development. And let me also add that is in this war of talents, for talents, these soft skills, which very appositely presented by the Minister of Education, the soft skills, therefore, needed, such as critical analytical thought, the teamwork, the learning modus, and all these are main points which also help and are in quest. This is for me. Well, let me add something, Antonis. I don't know whether the others would like to take the floor, because the huge issue. Would you like to take the floor, Kostas?
Certainly. I don't know if somebody else wants to go first. No, please go ahead. First of all, I fully agree. Nobody could disagree with what the previous speaker has just said. And I'm so glad that you mentioned LinkedIn, because we can all see and recognize the patterns that you mentioned. As regards us, as regards Greece, we want to link our actions with our intentions. This data center in Greece is accompanied by a huge skilling initiative. We will have several Greeks who work in the public sector, students, and other vulnerable groups that will be trained within a period of 5 years. So digital transformation is mainly about the upskilling of people, training people in digital skills. Every action has to be connected with skilling. That's a quick thought on my part. Thank you very much, Kostas. Andreas, would you like to add something to that? I know that your company has taken many initiatives as regards training, and I would like you to say something about that. You're right. We too believe that the secret is of this for the success of this country is in its people. What we should set as a priority is the digital transformation of this country. A digital transformation is not an objective in itself. It's not a trend. It's a substantial issue. It goes down to the most important elements of development and growth. We actually do work when we have business. So we need people who can actually have the critical thinking to judge, and then people who will be able to adapt to situations, because things can change overnight. And the question is, who can make it through? Who can adapt to these new circumstances quickly enough? And it is clear that Microsoft, Oracle, SAP, Cisco are all companies that are pioneers in this field. We started training people already before the pandemic in order to give them the opportunity to get high-value jobs, high value not only for them, but also for society as a whole. Antonis, would you like to add something, or should I move on to the next question? I meant the other Antonis. Sorry. Cisco, Antonis Cisco. Yes, I would like to say something too. As you all know, in Cisco, we have the Cisco Networking Academy. We run this huge program, which is focused exactly on what you've been mentioning, digital skills. What are the digital skills? It's not only to know how to configure a router or how to use a software. It has to do with how we apply such skills. And it was very rightly said that we need to train people in entrepreneurship. We have to help them develop skills that did not exist before, skills that these people skills that were not sought for in the past. But with this reskilling or upskilling, we can allow people to find a new job or change their job. These programs that we are running are important and help in this direction. In Thessaloniki, we opened a digital transformation center. One of the bigger actions of this center was this digital transformation and training. We had very young children who were trained in robotics, and who came to us in order to get a certificate that will allow them to get a job, and not a job in our field, as we said before. As Mr. Monokrousos said, there is a lot of demand around out there, which is not in IT businesses. It's everywhere, in all types of businesses. This is where we place emphasis, and I'm so glad to see this government and other government organizations investing in that. Let me give you an example. Either the Greek Manpower Organization. It is an organization which has been trying to have this digital transformation and allows young people to participate in trainings that will develop their digital skills. In our country, we have always been seeking for an organization, a state organization that would help us to do that. This was our endeavor in the last 20 years, and it's the first time we see that it's a merit of this government, let's say, that some of the gaps we've mentioned are starting being filled. Well, Antonis, as you said before, it goes without saying that will gradually understand, realize the need to have digital infrastructure and knowledge, because these needs are accelerating. It goes without saying that public organizations such as the Greek Manpower Organization will start seeing this need, and let's hope that other organizations will do the same thing. Allow me to say something on the occasion of this question. Mr. Monokrousos, would you like to say something on that? Yes, I would like to agree with everything that has been said and tell you that Oracle has been running the Oracle Academy. We've trained mainly teachers in the primary and secondary school in using Oracle platforms. And not only that, these people were thirsty to learn, but the mindset is important. Without the mindset in the government, in any government, very little can happen. And last but not least, we should not forget reskilling, because the fourth revolution, the fourth digital revolution, will leave some people behind. So we have to take with us as many people as possible. And there is no other way to do it. We have to take them with us through education, because people will stay behind. It's important to know that. That's very important, Mr. Monokrousos. We need to have, we need to ally our forces in order to start these reskilling efforts. And we will try to do that. If we try to do that, we will be able to build the foundations for the future. Finally, let me talk a little bit about incentives that are given, the incentives that will be given to people living abroad, Greeks or non-Greeks, to come back to Greece. How important is this for your companies? Does anybody want to say something? Maybe Mr. Xyrokos should go first. Yes, thank you very much. First of all, this is very positive. It's the best way to bring people back to Greece. Well, the best way for me would be to have good conditions for everybody, not only those who left. Those who left had the benefit of living and enjoyed their life abroad, and they will also now have the benefit of coming back. We should try to improve working conditions for everybody in Greece. I would like to raise another issue, another parameter, which might be a little bit provocative, but you know, sometimes we may have to import knowledge from abroad. Big economies managed to grow because they imported knowledge from abroad. So we need to bring foreign scientists to Greece. So let's not complain all the time, but let's be a little bit more optimistic. And I will tell you that we have 4 or 5 people who came back to Greece working for us right now. And the good thing is that people are not leaving anymore. This has stopped. And some people have started coming back. Of course, the pandemic was a factor, because all people, when they are going through a difficult situation, they want to be with their families.
Someone would like to add something? Kostas? Yes, a couple of things. I agree. For me, I believe Greece could be the ideal place for digital nomads. Very few people in the planet would not wish to work in this environment. There is a difficulty of the daily life in Greece, that's true, but natural beauty, the field where we have the comparative advantage par excellence, is incomparable. So whatever environment we create so as to attract such kinds of workers, the so-called digital nomads, is perfect. What is important is to insist on importing high skills, on importing people who offer added value. Thank you, Kostas. Anyone else? Adonis? Yes, go ahead. Yeah, I wanted to say, now that we speak of the facilities that will be created for people to return, for companies to invest in Greece, I listened to a very interesting discussion in the first day of the conference in the afternoon with regard to investment and what we should prepare for the future. I heard something about the real estate that also changes with regard to office spaces, how the office of the future will be. This pandemic has brought in a turmoil, that's true, and so we must rethink certain things. how we see it. The situation facilitates distance working. So it's not necessary for someone to find to be a resident of Greece. But if he comes back, if we created the appropriate conditions on how the new office will be, what will be the specific spaces offered, and the conditions surrounding our office, and this is related to what we should do with the regeneration of our cities, the environment we live in. It's something very serious. As you know, we are very much involved in the smart cities and the creation of cities that will be hosting and improving citizens' lives. If we have more modern and far better office spaces and offer the guarantees for someone and an attraction to come here, that will be an additional advantage. Thank you. The other Antonis, yes, please add. Well, a couple of words, if I may. First of all, whatever helps in making the environment more attractive to broader investments, this is the sine qua non. Equally, for attracting digital nomad groups, which is something brand new and may evolve tremendously. Of course, at the end of the day, it's the ultimate development of our economy through the development of the country and the increase of the exports, and by exploiting the opportunities for exports and for offering services outside Greece. Let me mention the example of Oracle Hellas. We are 240 people in Oracle Hellas. For more than 10 years, half of us exist because we offer our services outside of Greece. For Greece, we need only 120 people, and even too much. The remaining 120 people work for services outside of Greece, and that was doable. It has happened and it happens for the last 10 years, and it can further grow. So what I'm saying is that this whole effort made around us in Greece in order to attract investments, create the overall investment environment, and the increase of the GDP of our economy. COVID is a parenthesis, a bad parenthesis, but this is what will bring back people. Of course, one might add transparency, meritocracy, and so forth. Yes, but first and foremost, the growth of economy and exports. Thank you, Adonis. Now, what Adonis Tsiboukis mentioned beforehand regarding the city infrastructures, I want to say that when I visited Seattle 1.5 years ago, I was impressed by an initiative. You know, in Seattle, there are many technology companies. I was impressed by the fact that companies had taken the initiative to cooperate so as to create a study, elaborate a study on how they could improve the conditions in the city that had to do with the transport and commuting of employees, the high rents, and so forth. That was a commendable study, which eventually will be seen here as well as things evolve. And perhaps, I don't know whether you discuss it at the level of municipalities, communities, or whatever, but I was greatly impressed by this coalition of companies who tried to make a study so as to improve the infrastructures for their employees. Now, let me ask you something about the public procurements. Should we have improvements in public procurements, the tenders of the state? What would you suggest, if you have any ideas, so as to participate far more actively? You're already involved, but anyway, to a greater degree. Do you have anything to say? Do you have something to propose? Shall I start? Yes, Kostas, go ahead. Well, obviously, yes. The enemy of good is better. For us, the acceleration with regard to the public sector is around three axes. The first is the regulatory framework, the legal framework of each country, especially Greece. It's a very positive step. It solves a number of issues and sets the country ahead, even from other European countries. That's the first. The second concerns infrastructure per se. We will make such an investment, and I also invite the colleagues who are competitors to follow suit. This is the second part. And the third part concerns AI. To what extent and how quickly we will be able to integrate algorithms of AI in the services we offer currently. So I believe we do have the legal framework. The question is how quickly will it be implemented, and see the extension in a good of practices that will gradually come along and accelerate our actions. That's the first piece of thought from me. Thank you, Costa. Someone else who would like to add something? Andreas. Well, we have the smaller footprint on the public state. Our big clientele basis is in the private sector, as far as Oracle, SAP, is concerned. What I should say is that things must be accelerated. When a call for tender is announced, we shouldn't have 4 years passing by until it is implemented. It's very fortunate that the current political leadership has accelerated things. We must go away from the info organization. This is not the fourth generation. This is the obvious. So not having to do with paper, this is not a technological revolution. Other countries have done so 15 years ago. The question is how we'll create the conditions for the state to be flexible, to be citizen-centered, that is, make our lives easier, and create a framework that will be attractive for someone to come and invest in this country. Therefore, I believe that the state must pay heed to its citizens and create the conditions for the attraction of investments. Investments will not be on the spirit of heroism. They come on the basis of the capital rules. And capitalism says money is attracted where it will be able to bear fruit. So important things have been done. More will be done. The issues of procedures in the public sector need great improvements. And of course, I believe that things must happen quickly because we definitely lag behind. Thank you, Andreas. Someone else who would like to add something on that? Adonis Monokrousos.
As regards procurement and this law in general, I'm not a specialist, but Greece is dealing with something that every country has to deal with. The public sector is accountable. It has specific procurement procedures, but the system can become more flexible and smarter. It can evolve. This is happening in Greece, of course, with delays and sometimes with problems, but in general it is happening. There are some companies that are participating in the relevant tenders that are very good, and the best should be selected in order to have the optimum result. The new government has put on the agenda other methods, outsourcing, frame agreements, which are very modern tools, especially as regards IT projects where things are constantly changing. Technologies that were up to date 3 years ago are now obsolete and become. This is a problem of the IT sector. So you have frame agreements, you chop up into pieces, and you evolve things over the years, or PPPs, public and private sector partnerships, outsourcing, etc. Thank you very much. Does the other Antonis want to say something on that? No. I've been covered. As Antonis Monokrousos said, we are not participating directly in the public tenders. Only our partners and associates do that. We are waiting for these changes to happen because it's a pity to see people spending days and night working on a project and being rejected in the end because of a bad model. We have to move on to new models, frame agreements, PPPs. There are solutions. As far as I know, in all over Europe, we have similar problems with public tenders, but these problems do not last for 5 or 4 or 6 years. They go for 6 months at the most. Portugal, for instance, which is very close to Greece in terms of its economic situation, does not have similar durations. You're right, Antonis. We've seen some improvement as regards dispute resolution, and we as a chamber believe that this is an obstacle that has to be raised. This is the so-called rule of law. We need this rule of law to be at the best level of implementation. We have the strategic growth plan, which is up and coming, and we'll be using some of the funds that our country fought for and will receive. What are the techniques that will allow an acceleration of this relance of the Greek economy, of this rebound? What are the technologies that will bring this acceleration and this quick implementation of this strategic plan? Kostas, would you like to take the floor? Yes. It's a huge opportunity. I think that the European Commission has already received the relevant plan from our country, and the general picture is positive. We have the yeast, and now what remains to be done is to bake the bread. Mr. Pierakakis has provided the yeast. This is only the beginning, however. We now have to see how we can serve citizens best, how we can embrace the whole spectrum of services to citizens. Now, in our portfolio, we have artificial intelligence services, and we will see how we can involve them in this new plan, how we can include them, and how we can bring them to the Greek market. This is a huge bet. And of course, as regards infrastructure and cloud technologies, we have to change the market models, the way technology is used by companies. We have to change the way we think. We have to reshape the market framework. But this is an opportunity, I believe. Thank you, Kostas. Thank you very much. Now I will go to Andreas, to my dear friend, Mr. Xyrokostos. Would you like to follow up on what the previous speakers have just said? Yes, I think that many things have already been said. It's a huge opportunity for Greece. It's a new Marshall Plan. We are now guests in the AmCham forum, and I believe that this pandemic actually allowed us to get some money that we were supposed to get in the past, but we didn't. Europe managed to take a step forward, and Merkel decided to cater for her for her reputation in the next generations. I hope that this money will not have the fate of the Delors package, the Delors funds, as we call them. I hope that these funds will be used to modernize our business and opportunities and infrastructure, and because nobody can exclude a similar crisis in the future, and this could be worse. The coronavirus is not the worst thing that has ever happened to humanity. I don't want to dwell on that. I would just like to say that if the state does not take this opportunity, there will not be another one very soon. It's cheap money. We need to use it. Well, I fully agree. I believe that technologies can help us exploit these funds. It's a unique chance for us. Antonis Marakrousos, would you like to add to that? Yes, it's an opportunity. Please keep that in mind. First of all, the fact that there is money for the years to come, there is money available, it's a huge thing, because we've had this economic crisis that was very unfair for Greece and for technology. Is this everything? Well, it's not. In the past, we have done similar things. We've had similar efforts, but we made mistakes. And what we need to take care of is planning. Money and technology are not enough in themselves. We need to have a combination. Of course, we have these milestones as regards the recovery fund. We're not experts, but we have some planning ahead, some pressing needs. We have to learn the lessons of the past. We are not starting from scratch. We are not at the base of the pyramid as regards digital transformation. We are not even in the middle. We have to continue with our projects and see what happened in the past. We did have the projects, but we didn't take care of the people. The human factor is very important. If I could stress one thing, this would be the need for recruitment of the right people in order to achieve the right planning. And we have to keep these people, and we have to have a consistency, and they have to be sustainable. We don't need to do a lot in order to have the quality we need. For instance, e-prescription was a huge solution in the pandemic. Why were we able to do that? Because we already had an electronic system since 2012. It was one of the best projects worldwide. I know this project very well, and I know what is going on in other countries. So let's look at the good things. The only thing we need to have is good planning. That's my food for thought. Thank you very much. Antonis Eboukis, would you like to add something?
Sustainability is everything. And sustainability is precisely what Antonis has said, planning. That's what is needed. We currently believe that with the ministry of Mr. Pierakakis and his office, they are the best position so as to plan and program projects to be invested. There's a lot of money available. That's true. And they will be earmarked for cybersecurity, teleworking, teleteaching, all those. We said technology is there. We are here to serve this technology. But planning an appropriate allocation of funds is the most important thing. And I hope that Mr. Pierakakis will further enlighten us on the matter. Well, the minister will be with us in a few minutes. But this is an opportunity for a last question. With the recovery fund and the generation fund, there is an invitation for projects because some funds will be earmarked on the basis of sustainable proposals. Have you participated as companies in submitting certain proposals, or have you been invited for that, or perhaps in cooperation with other? Far earlier, before the announcement of the program, we were invited. That's why I said we believe that there is planning at the European level, that is. They have started long before in the ministry of Mr. Pierakakis to enter this rationale that is planning for the future now. All companies have proposals to submit. I know a lot of companies have already submitted their proposals far earlier than the call of tender or the announcement of the creation of the recovery fund. And moves must be swift. In 2 years, we must absorb 70% of the recovery fund. That demands supernatural forces, and this is where the pledge lies. Yeah, just in a single line. For us, the basic things is our Greek partners. The companies we cooperate with will not be directly involved. We will be indirectly involved through our partners who put their added value. An excellent original work has been done from the Ministry of Digital Governance, so it's the right directions. But I will agree with Mr. Tsiboukis, the next 2 years we must really run. We must really make haste. If you allow me a comment, the hope we all have is that there will be some extension. We can't be finished within 2 years. In order to avoid hasty choices in the rationale, just grab the money. This is not the goal. The point is to have the appropriate result. And deadlines are too strict. Neither the European Commission will be able to respond. There definitely have to be an extension. Well, let us hope that we will become more bold in the European Union. Adonis, you would like to add something on that? Adonis Monokrousos. Well, as I said originally, yes, I believe we all agreed. We have a unique opportunity in front of us. We are definitely optimistic and positive. No question about that. This is an excellent case, shows the mindset of the government, the ambience created, the environment of the economic status in the country. We monitor closely with KPIs. It's the first time that KPIs have been set as a goal by the government per se. The government itself has set KPIs for its work. This is important, as well as the fact that we have strengthened so much of this central mechanism, which is indeed best practice with the ministry that has taken under its umbrella strategic agencies of the government so as to execute what should be done. We see a modern code of digital governance. We expect the Digital Transformation Bible. Of course, implementation plays a very important role. Planning is of central importance. We hope for the best. We're here to support this effort. Despite the pandemic, I see that you're all very optimistic for the future, and this is very positive. You see a positive evolution of things. Of course, with the vaccine, you expect something very positive. So if I asked for your forecast for the next year, not only in your companies, but perhaps similarly to the other sister companies abroad, with regard the upsurge of technology and revenues, do you expect a higher expansion with more projects, both for Greece and abroad? We hope so, and this is our forecast. Yes, this is our estimation. So I'm right to say that there is optimism. Well, we can't say. Of course, we are optimistic. We expect the whole future of the country lying in the hands of digital transformation. Well, I have a picture on the matter, says Mr. Lucas. We've changed our mindset. There was such great uncertainty. Whoever said that knew what would happen 1 year later would be arrogant. But what we currently see is the next 6 months. We believe that indeed further ahead, in 18 months, there will be positive aspect. The discussion is on the recovery fund. It's an important discussion, and that's why it's important to see how we will plan and absorb that money the right way. But we also have our reservations. We're very optimistic and keep our reservations at the same time. Andreas, I would say that the priority for the next year is not how big corporations will do. The priority is how society will move. And what I expect to see is to see an increase of the households' revenues. If they move well, then we will go ahead. The point is for the society to do well. Yes, because I see a very positive economic recovery, and that means that employees will have better days. That's why I raised the issue. And I'm glad that we have this positive depiction of things, because this is the message we want to convey. We say, forging ahead in challenging times. With this, I want to thank you. The minister is with us. His cooperators had a lot, so we have him in the line so as to connect. Minister, welcome to our discussion. You have the floor to respond to what we've already said and perhaps make your propositions. Here you are. Welcome to our summit. Can you hear us?
Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you very well. We had an excellent discussion, and now we would like to hear from you what you are planning to do. Well, this is a day which is symbolic for us as a ministry, because it's the time that we are launching the digital transformation book for public consultation. We are losing you, Minister. Yes, I'm repeating that we will be launching for public consultation our digital transformation book. And we are looking forward to hearing the views of the social partners and citizens. We had Mr. Zarifopoulos, the Deputy Minister, and all the ministry working on this book. And we wanted to do something that is innovative. We don't only have a general strategic text. We have the good practices of other countries, of course, but we also have 400 actions that consist of several smaller projects that will be supported by the Recovery Fund and other funds that are available, European or national. And the KPIs for the next 4 years will not only be quantitative but also qualitative. We want to be very clear with that. We want to solve this issue. We want to solve the bureaucracy problems and connectivity issues. There is a very dense set of actions that will be rolled out. We have eGov, which is the pinnacle of our efforts. We have 700 services that are included in it. We were inspired by gov.uk. We are one of the very few countries in the EU that will have this government application. In most countries, they are very specific, those services. They are aimed at very specific services. They're not all-embracing. You understand that everything has a digital footprint now. The immunization process will be a huge logistics endeavor worldwide, and it will be a huge exercise to program the appointments of citizens with the immunization centers. That's why we in the government have undertaken to carry out this whole process. You mentioned prescriptions before. This is a very good example of how several strategies can be linked together and make an important tool. I believe that it is also very interesting to see how a service design can happen correctly, because infrastructure is a must, and we need to have all conditions met in order for people to embrace technology. We have to see how smaller services contribute to that. If people see how successful smaller services are, they will embrace the whole endeavor. And this is part of the added value of this government, this emphasis on digital transformation. We don't see it as a postmodern trend or something that has to do only with the intelligentsia or the people who know. It is something that has to do with every single citizen, regardless of the depth of their skills. In other words, this ministry is the ministry of our daily life. All these applications have to do with our daily life. Now, as to the vaccine, we have a very tight schedule. We have provided for many tools that will allow us to have a prescription and appointments for patients, and we will also have other channels which are not exactly digital. These will have to do with the citizens do not have the simplest digital skills to make the appointment electronically. They will have to be served as well. Finally, let me add that the basic KPI is this number on gov.gr, this number, the 700 services, but we are aiming at adding new services all the time. And by the end of the year, we will have even more. You have to be patient and you will see that. Now, as to the 5G strategy, although in most things we are trying to close any pending issues, in the 5G sector, we are trying to do what we need for the future. The HRMS tender was launched a few weeks ago. We have, however, a very innovative strategy for 5G. We are one of the few countries that did not change the timetable for the spectrum tendering. We have been able to tender 4 segments, not only 2 as other countries have done. And we have a part of this spectrum that is given for free to businesses. And we are the only country internationally that has created a model that will use the income from this in order to create a venture capital fund with money from the private sector and the market to develop in the verticals in startups that will use this new network. EY has made a study on that, and this is where we will find our added value. It has been calculated that in the next decade, the 5G technologies will have 10.4 billion euros as an added value to our economy. We will have many jobs created, and these ideas have to come from the market. They have to be born in the market. These are the things that will bring value. It's not only phones that will work better. We have to exploit this opportunity. As a state, we have to move forward in an untraditional way, because traditional ways have failed so far. We have to give this push forward. We've already presented our plans to Commissioner Vestager, and we were very glad to see that there is a specific point in the proposals of the Recovery Fund where it says that 5G is a good way, is a good objective, a good target for investment. And this came from Greece. This is our big endeavor, 5G. All the rest are pending issues that have been discussed for so many years. And now it's the first time ever that everything can happen at the same time. And now this is the second biggest challenge for us in terms of logistics. We have to be able to develop quickly our RFPs and start our tendering processes and procedures. We will try to launch projects in framework agreement style. You will see much more in the future. Of course, connectivity is an important challenge. In the first lockdown, we had e-learning. This is an agile rationale. We start with small victories, and we move on to bigger projects. It's not only one or the other. Small and quick victories small services that are successful are embraced by people, even those who do not understand the depth of these projects, and all these together are there as a foundation, and they support the bigger project. So you will see a series of projects in the future that will move in this direction. We will try to cover general needs, upskilling needs. One of my favorite projects is something that we've already discussed with Mr. Panayotopoulos, Minister of Defense. And it was mentioned by the Prime Minister in September in Thessaloniki. We want to use the military service period as an opportunity for soldiers to have some reskilling or upskilling. Our strategy was made a law. We had a law that was enacted in September. It was more or less consensual. We managed to do something that is important for everybody. It was important because we managed to have a consensus on digital transformation. We are an open country. We are one of the first countries that introduced open source codes in our justice. And by the end of the year, we will also start another strategy. The first deliverable will be open source data, open APIs for many public sector services. Let me now close with a phrase that we've heard so often. The pandemic and COVID-19 proved that all the pending issues in our public sector were the most pressing needs for this pandemic. Thank you very much.
We must admit that the Chamber, in my voice, but also the previous speakers, have complimented greatly your work, the speed you operate, and the pandemic really has demonstrated to all citizens, and all citizens appreciate this digital transformation, and the warmest congratulations for your work. I believe that you're also a candidate for some kind of award for the very quick digital upgrading and transformation, and we hope you are awarded this prize. We understand you have a very difficult task ahead of you, but both the private and public sector has responded positively. I had questions prepared for you, but you have addressed all of them before raising them. Before I raise them, I believe that this PPP has been proven in action, how important it is for the digital transformation of the country and the exploitation of those new packages coming from the European Union. We are indeed at your disposal. Whatever you think we can help, we all expect from you and all the panelists, just wait for the message. You give the signal, and we will be united with you for your difficult task, which is necessary for our country. Thank you. As far as we're concerned, any success, or perhaps if you like, the work has been done. Many people were involved, not only the political leadership of the ministry, that is myself, the two deputy ministers. There are tens of engineers. Many companies, big and small companies, have helped. They are not made automatically, but they have been done in a very strict timetable and a great love to the subject. And this can be seen. And we want to see a continuation. And you understand, the issue of consensus, as I said beforehand, is very important. If we try to forge that, because especially in issues of infrastructure, I believe there is no room for litigation or dispute or disagreement. And the main reason for delays is because someone would have a better idea, would like to pass it through, and then time would miss and so forth. So our goal is what we said, velocity, agile planning. Each time someone shows something new, we must make improvements. And perhaps for the first time, we have extra exterior factors with regard to the recovery fund, perhaps, for all that to be attained. And all the ideas that you'll see in the Bible were the fruit of discussions we've had with people of the market. In your chamber, we also had the opportunity to discuss and get ideas. We're always open to new ideas, or even better, quickly applicable ideas. Well, the warmest congratulations to all the people who have helped you, the whole mechanism of your mechanism. Indeed, you are worth complimenting. And we are here. We wish every success. We believe we manage as a country. And this is also our message. That's why the title of the conference was Forging Ahead in Challenging Times. And we wish every success. Thank you for your participation. I know that you were very busy, but even at the last moment, I warmly thank you for the participation in this session. Every success. Have a nice evening. Dear friends, I believe that we've had an excellent discussion with distinguished members of the business community of the digital environment and the minister. We are aligned. That's obvious. So this gives ground for hope and optimism. Let us proceed on the same subject, the issue of technology, where we've got the next session on 5G and cloud services. We all know that this is a brand new field of capacity and opportunities, and we will have with us Mr. Grigoris Zarifopoulos, who is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Digital Governance, Madam Eva Kaili, who is a member of the European Parliament, Mr. Apostolos Kokos, who is Chairman and CEO of Lambda Helix, and Mr. Nikos Maniatis, who is from the IBM, Cyprus and Greece. The moderator would be Mr. Nikos Christodoulou, who is partner and consulting leader of Deloitte. So I pass the floor to Mr. Christodoulou to undertake the moderation of this session. Thank you for being with us. Mr. Christodoulou, you have the floor. You're off mic. You're off mic. You didn't turn on the mic. Okay, yes, you were right. True. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great joy and honor to participate in this so important conference, and actually on such a very important subject, because as it has been said, both 5G infrastructures and cloud can actually dramatically change the development image of the country. It is a great joy. We'll have a panel. We thank the minister who was here. We have the presence of Madam Kaili that we also thank. We have the presence of Mr. Apostolos Kokos, who is the CEO of Lambda Helix with 20 years of experience in data center. We've got Michalis Kasimiotis, who is the managing director of Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, many years in the digital environment as well. And additionally, we have Mr. Haris Linardakis, the last-minute change, who is the cloud expert par excellence for IBM in Greece, for Greece and Cyprus. We warmly thank you all. And let us start with the panel. Let me start giving the floor to the Deputy Minister, who has some engagements, a problem of time, as well as Madam Kaili. And following what the Minister has said, who spoke of the digital Bible, let us focus a little bit on the 5G networks. Let us start from the 5G networks that we will all expect, and we would like to understand what is the government's plan for a quick implementation of this important project. Good evening. Thank you for the invitation. Connectivity is an important pillar in the overall effort for the digital transformation of the country. It is analyzed in length in the Digital Transformation Bible that we will be put into consultation over the next hours, and will be in consultation for 2 weeks. So I invite you on the occasion, I invite you all to visit the website and submit your proposals and remarks. Although, as it has already been said, the Bible is already co-created, not only amongst the ministries and the public sector at large, but also with the private sector and the contribution of the civic society. Now, with regard to connectivity, 5G is perhaps the most eminent project. The plan is under elaboration and will be completed by the end of the year. There are specific goals and timetables in this call for tender, call of interest. The goal is to have a coverage at 60% population starting from 2021, and at the end of the 6-year period to have a coverage of 90%. We will move very quickly because, as it has been mentioned, this competition allows for the overall spectrum to be integrally put in procurement. So we complete with one single competition process, and the providers will start upgrading. Within 3 years, we will have covered the 60% of the population, and will be attained earlier, I believe. I think that by the end of 2021, I believe we were very close to covering this goal. So quickly, we will have a trade coverage of 5G practically in all sovereignty. Furthermore, it's not that we will have a quickest internet with reliable connectivity. We want to have relative applications that will exploit new technology. So if we wait for 370 million euros from the tender, 1/4 of that sum, that is 90 million euros, we will be earmarked for the Festos fund, which will also attract funds from the private sector, and that capital will be invested in companies active in our country, which develop and will develop relative applications, so as to really exploit new technology, be it automated production lines in industry or self-driven cars, smart ambulances, telesurgery with robotics and so forth. We are very optimistic. We consider that we have made the right moves with regard to planning, to studying and planning, and what is left is implementation. It will be equally quick. Thank you, Minister. On the occasion, since you are also responsible for foreign investments, I would like to make a question on cloud. The IBM investment indeed changed the situation with regard to cloud infrastructures with multiplying effects of Microsoft, excuse me, yes. And it will have multiplying effects for Greek economy. What way will the government support or assist such initiatives, either by Microsoft or others that are to be seen in the future? Well, investment attraction in the field of digital technologies is a result, a summation of many factors which are parts of a puzzle. We want at the same time to complement. Having worked in similar companies of abroad, I can tell you that. What does an investor need in order to come to Greece? Definitely wants a state with upgraded infrastructures. Therefore, the effort we make with 5G, with the optic fibers network, with the computational cloud, of course, upgrades the technological infrastructure of the country. And this is one more reason why a technology company would like to invest in our country. Furthermore, the investor would like to find the human resources that have the appropriate skills. In the discussions of Microsoft, that was the main point of discussion, point of entrance. Do you have the country, the human resources that can exploit, has the appropriate skills and can exploit the computational cloud capacities. It's not only the human resources, the people that will be recruited in order to cover jobs in Microsoft Hellas, what will be created by the specific investment. We speak of human resources currently active in companies, for instance, all the companies, the startup companies or SMEs. So the part of digital literacy is very important. It is also the necessary precondition for attracting investments. Third, the digital state. The whole effort we do with gov.gr, we started with 500 services at the end of March. Now there are more than 700 services offered. We will be reaching 1,000. At some point, we want all the services offered through digitally, to have the whole state through a smart application, if you like, on our tablet, and do everything, from, even on the road. This is a necessary condition for the attraction of further investments, because a digital state doesn't serve only the citizen, but also a company. And the digital state is not merely a state friendly to the citizen and the company, but also with greater degree of transparency. This is equally important in order to attract investments. And further on, there are a lot of other things that are also defined in this Bible of transformation. The ecosystem. Microsoft, for instance, such as a giant, would like to see an ecosystem, a digital ecosystem, so as to have the appropriate synergies. I spoke of human resources, but we must also speak of the innovation ecosystem. We must speak about entrepreneurship at large and how entrepreneurship also proceeds to its own digital transformation, so as for companies to exploit the cloud services of the specific investment, and all that are parts of the same puzzle. Fine. Thank you, Minister. And now let me give the floor to Madam Kaili, who is the head of the Committee on the Future of Science and Technology in the European Parliament. So, on behalf of the 5G infrastructure and cloud networks, which are in the nucleus for the digital development of the country and many other countries, what are the initiatives planned at the level of European Union so as to secure the foreground of Europe in such digital infrastructure?
Thank you very much for this question. It is an honor to be part of this excellent panel of people who have so much knowledge on telecommunication and the future. Let me say that it is very important to see so important and generous investment in Greece from the U.S. It's the first time that we see something like that. It's an important step with a geopolitical value. It's not a simple investment. In order to make Greece a more attractive investment destination, we need to move faster. I know that these ministries have been very fast in reacting to the pandemic, which was a catalyst as well. But seeing what is happening in Europe with the previous government, we didn't have similar expectations. With this government, with this new environment that is friendly to investments, we have more expectations. We have many companies that are already investing in 5G. We are expecting more than 1,200 million euros of support from the European Union. On the 15th of December, we will have a presentation by the European Commission as regards cyber security and network and information security. It is called critical infrastructures in English. It's important to protect all those infrastructures and keep them safe in Europe. By the 30th of March 2021, the European Commission will have sent a toolbox for high-capacity networks to all member states. It will include the 5G technology. And then we will have timely access to the radio spectrum. Why is 5G so important? Because we will be able to have better cross-border applications. I think that Greece has not entered its spectrum. It will do that very quickly. Most of the steps have been taken, but this train should not be missed. On the 7th of December, we will present our first survey on the impact on health. Sometimes limits should be stricter. In some countries, there is this problem with the 5G. It won't develop. On the basis of the precautionary principle, we have to wait until we're safe. We have started developing 5G in safety. This is important. We have to be careful. Of course, if we have 5 times higher speeds than the existing ones, and if we have big investments in telecommunications, we will attract more investment on AI, digital technologies. We know that Pfizer wants to increase its presence in Greece, so our country will attract more investment. Thank you very much for your well-founded answer, and I would like to insist a little bit on the cloud topic. There is this sensitive issue that has to do with data security. The European framework is quite strict, and this is a burden for businesses. For example, a bank in the US or in Australia can have their infrastructure on the cloud. In Europe, this is not possible, at least for now. How can Europe compete the US and Asia on an equal footing, taking that into account? Well, a very good question. Europe is late because we had many different types of laws and priorities in terms of digitization in Europe. However, Germany and France was the leader, and then Germany actually followed that GX that includes 20 or more companies under the leadership of Merkel and Macron, and we have more than 300 organizations participating. This will allow us to become less dependent on foreign giants, technology giants. We want to develop a European capital. We want to have this technology, this infrastructure in Europe for obvious reasons, because we have China that poses several issues in terms of trust. And, you know, we have to be sure that everything is done under the European framework, with the European conditions. A European cloud is important. IBM, Amazon will be part of this project. Having our data centers in Europe, we will be safer as regards data use, and we as legislators will feel more secure and will be able to move faster. Because, you know, if you had a great card, which included biometric data, and all this data went to the US or China, well, I would have preferred this type of legislation not to move on. I would prefer to avoid risking putting this information in non-European hands. These are issues of privacy, trust, but these are also economic issues, not only geopolitical, because technologies may be helpful for the humanity, but they can also become weapons in the hands of countries that are not so democratic as we are in Europe. Thank you very much for your question, for your answer to my question. You've talked about data centers, so I would like to ask Mr. Kakos, who is the pioneer in Greece as regards data centers. Lambda Helix specializes in this field. It has a 20-year experience. And yesterday we read that you will be bought by an American group. Is that good? Is that good news? Well, yes, it's extremely good news. Not only for the shareholders of Lambda Helix, but also for our workers, for Greece. We were crazy 20 years ago. We looked like lunatics when we were saying that data centers will be everywhere. Now data is the oil of the 21st century, according to The Economist. So in the last few years, we've managed to have 60 excellent people working for us. We have paid so many taxes. Digital realty is another issue. It's one of the biggest players in the world. We have a presence in 50 countries and in 50 cities and 25 countries. We have a stock exchange value of $260 billion. This is, let's say, the host of all clouds. Microsoft is number 1, IBM is number 2, Facebook number 3, Oracle, Google, Apple, Amazon, everybody's there. We are part of this big partnership. And we are giving Greece value. We are following suit on players that have such a big importance. We have the money, we have the balance sheet in order to be able to invest millions, because FDI, this type of FDI is real FDI, 9-digit FDI, and at the same time, we are making Greece the center of southeastern Europe and southeastern Mediterranean in this field. Maybe you don't understand what the data centers are. We have the digital realty data centers, the multi-tenant centers. It's like a big airport. For instance, Heathrow Airport or the Eleftherios Venizelos Airport. It's not. It doesn't have the importance of an airliner such as Aegean Airlines, and it's bigger than a small airport. For instance, Luton Airport. It's like Heathrow. And then, if you have some questions on hybrid clouds, I will be more specific. Thank you very much. I will come back to this issue later on. Now, let's give the floor to Michalis Basimiotis. Michalis Kasimiotis, we've been listening about big investment in clouds, etc. HP is a company that specializes in special software. So how can a company provide solutions and accelerate the investments we've been discussing so far? How can a company like yours, do that? Thank you very much. We'll start with 5G because the first part of your question has to do with the quicker absorption of the 5G technology by the Greek economy. This can be an accelerator for the digital transformation of the country. 5G is a synonym of innovation. This is how we should see it, at least. Now, what is the question? How can we draw on this innovation? Hewlett-Packard provides telecommunication solutions, not only data centers. We've been doing that for more than 30 years. We provide safety, security, OSS, BSS, and more specialized software that have to do with preventing fraud, and so on and so forth. Right now, we are at a very important crossroads where we have a very good portfolio, starting with the core and going to the extreme ends. Let's look at a comparison between 5G and the previous generations, 4G, 3G, etc. 5G was born by the IT world. This is essential because two worlds, two very powerful worlds, have been brought together. In other words, we practically give room for connecting all parts of our life with the internet. In order to achieve that, we have to change the way networks are developed. We should go from more closed logics and mentalities, monolithic, let's say, logics, to more open, cloud-based logics that are have openness in their DNA. Microservice and serialization are very familiar to us. These are typical IT things that are now used in the 5G technology. See network slicing. In other words, we can have all these different things meeting up in the same ecosystem and creating added value services. This is something we didn't have in the past. When we were taking a decision, we had to remain focused on the specific technology supplier. So for us, openness is part of our DNA as a company. That's why we strived for an ecosystem. We wanted to create an ecosystem that would allow anybody to test new technologies, not only produced by us. We want to provide this opportunity to everybody around the world. Everybody can test 5G technologies, use stages, live. In this way, they will prove that something is sustainable from a commercial point of view as well. We have one participant from Korea in our lab. Korea is well advanced in the 5G sector. So by selecting these ecosystems, we will be able to see in Greece as well a faster development of 5G. Let me conclude by saying that there is a lot of stress whether it is sustainable to invest in 5G. I know that these investments will be supported by European funds. COVID was an accelerator that will lead us to this new reality and probably to new funds. And we've seen that it comes up in every study. radio is not the only aspect of 5G. We have everything. Cloud and consumption models are there as well, and we have better cost allocation. So cost comes together with profit. A vertical solution, a U-stage, provides profit and added value. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the reply. Now let me give the floor to Michalis Linardakis. I have made great investment of your company, saying that you did the investment. This is not the case. I hope you will, however. So let me ask you the following. We speak of open platforms, collaborative models, and so forth. I think it was said by the minister as well. In order for all these new technologies to be sustained, we need the appropriate human resources. And many people mention the lack of the appropriate skills as a hindrance, so as for all these technologies to be introduced. So the question is, do we have the necessary preconditions in our country? Does your company take initiatives so as to reduce or eliminate this gap? Good evening. It is a great joy and honor to be amongst you. Finding the appropriate skills can be a hindrance for the introduction of new technologies, not only in Greece, but also in other countries, European or not. IBM, having a presence of decades here in Greece, has in a magical way managed, either as a provider or as a consultant or executor, to participate on some of more critical projects of both private and public sector, and employs hundreds of employees with skills and well-trained. There are 3 innovation centers that we operate in Greece: the Big Data and Business Analytics Hub, offering services both to Greek and foreign companies; the Services Hub for the support of technological infrastructures, a giant that could attract skills from anywhere else in the world; and the most recent announcement concerns the European Center of Specialization for the banking sector, which is created with a global partner of IBM with a view to creating new applications on specified banking products for the whole of Europe. We consider that IBM has invested heavily in Greece and has managed to be in the foreground for all these decades, because there are the prerequisites as far as human resources are concerned. Of course, IBM, being a global technology provider, has the appropriate programs, offers access to IBM technology to the academia. If you see your portal, you will see a plethora of free seminars in new technologies, programs for startup support with free use of technology. We were the first technological provider who has offered access to quantum computing, and we apply programs so as for young scientists through practical exercises to be able to launch their careers and pursue in IBM or somewhere else. Finally, in concluding, when there are no appropriate and necessary skills in companies, one has the selection to take managed services, find a confident partner, and implement a solution at the end of the project to be able to acquire these new skills needed. There are many ways to do that. As it has been said by the previous speakers, there's definitely field and appropriate people in Greece so as to accelerate the process. Thank you. I would like to raise one more question to Mr. Kakos. I think you touched upon the subject. It concerns the hybrid cloud. There are companies that are concerned about the charges, the investment already made, the issue of security, cybersecurity. You are a backup center. What is the answer you give to these concerns, and how can you appease their concerns? And if you'd like, you perhaps elaborate on the new tendencies we see with the cloud. Well, thank you for the question. Let me first say something that not many people know. We have participated in many projects with all three of you, either directly or indirectly. Well, listen, before the buyout, our rationale was going hand in hand with that of the market. That is that there's not one size fits all. Being actually a chairman of the European Association, I had said some years ago there are global, regional, local clouds. Therefore, it will not be this new brave new world will not consist of from one size fits all. It will consist of various flavors and sizes. We, in our company, having more than 4,000 clients in more than 25 countries, both in the US, in America, northern and southern one, and Europe, we have specify this part, and we see that 1 out of 5 customers will proceed to a full cloud environment. A small percentage, less than 10%, will go on having private cloud engagements, and all the rest of the spectrum will have engagements with the so-called hybrid environments. A situation that is where the customer will select to have both own infrastructure and have private cloud applications and infrastructures, will be able to receive services, public cloud from various providers, not only one, and we will be able to make a combination of flavors so as to attract the best of all worlds and have the optimal at the optimal cost and an operational efficiency needed. What digital says is that we'll move from data centers to centers for data exchange. The role of data centers, as I said beforehand, in the form of Heathrow, for instance, is a role where we have the coexistence of public clouds and big corporation centers, and we will all bring them together so as for the exchange of services, of products and data to be effected quickly, swiftly, an economic way with small latency, and be able to have that, be it a private or public sector. Before the buyout, we also applied the cooperation with SECIX, Southeastern Europe Cooperation Exchange, will have precisely this role. We have created the first big exchange center in Greece that will give the possibility to enterprise clients, telecom providers, and we already have 11 big providers, to be able to exchange products and services. So the customers in Greece, the Greek companies, will be able to be equally competitive to those abroad, and at the same time, which I consider it our duty as Greeks, create data gravity in Greece so as to have jobs related with data in Greece. Thank you. Thank you, Apostolos. The last question addressed to Michalis. It will not be a technological nature. Let me ask you the following. Regarding the technological maturity of the country, as far as I know, SAP has multiple presence in Bulgaria in relation to Greece. Which were the reasons who led the investment in Bulgaria and not in Greece? Would you do the same now? Well, thank God, I'm in HP many years, so I have memory. So let me go back 12 years back. I know the case. It was then that the decision was taken. It was purely of cost character for the establishment of an internal service hub in the part of delivery where the notion of cost was the main parameter. I don't know if today we were to raise the same question, the same exercise, perhaps we would have had the same result. Now, if in two countries what have had are implemented, perhaps the result will be different. Listen, everyone here represents a broader entity and a broader scope. And let me tell you how I perceive things. I'm indeed glad whenever I hear a competitor doing something big, and I always make a phone call and share the joy, because this has to do with the joy of the country. But there are a lot of ways to arrive the same result. So after 36 years of continuous presence in the Greek market, we place the emphasis on maintaining our human resources, intensify our presence, and intensify it at the level of specialized jobs, because this is the primal goal. That is high added value jobs with knowledge and of export character. Why not? So let me give you an example how we do things. Unfortunately, the pandemic caught up with us, and this was not demonstrated. We are a company that focuses on everything as a service, as an experience at the end of the day. We have placed the emphasis on the field of tourism. Therefore, have presence in all big resorts. We can create new experiences, and at some point, we wished to extend this thing in all the market, regardless of the financial means of someone to have access to this know-how, this technology, and the experience offered that will eventually be sold to the visitors. In order to do that, one must create a cradle of specialized knowledge that will be asked by others as well. So at some point, we raised our hand and said, this is a role suited for us. We have the knowledge, we have the zeal, we have the appetite, we have the capacity, and we want to do it. So we took this role for the Southern Europe that has all, if you like, the tourism movements. This can be very well be streamlined with national goals that we must also have in view beyond the P&L excellence we have. And this is where we move forward. Before letting the floor for the next speaker, let me add something. It was with great joy that I had Madame Kaili mentioning the Gaia X initiative of the European Commission. I'm very glad that it is represented by a Greek name, Gaia, that is. It is also an initiative that we're founding members, and it is the offset of a former initiative in Europe, the Cloud 28 project, where always in the rationale of the ecosystem, we try to demonstrate innovation. So at the end of the day, what we call cloud experience, and as we perceive it in public cloud, technology must help us view it as an experience on premises as well. We create, therefore, an ecosystem that will offer alternatives. So at the end of the day, to have the capacity of choice. We are greatly fan of hybrid world, and we're a company that we have declared that whatever we produce as technology, by 2022 will be offered as service. Anything. For someone will be able to choose to move upwards, downwards, or stay at the middle, and the workloads to be uploaded or downloaded depending on where they can be optimally placed. Thank you, Michalis, for your reply. And the last question, the panel addressed to Haris Linardakis. Again, it will not be of technological character. We speak of great delays in the digital maturity of the country. And in order to paraphrase something well known, we all caused those delays. So we are all the culprits. So I'd like to ask a giant such as IBM, how do we consider that we can accelerate the adoption of new digital technologies in Greece? What should be done differently so as for all of us, all companies, to acquire greater value from that? Well, the optimistic part, and it has already been discussed, is that a lot of positive steps were made lately, both in the public and private sector, perhaps COVID has also helped here so as to accelerate developments. Now, if we view what the innovative countries do in PMIs, perhaps the common element is the willingness for the production of knowledge, the creation of the appropriate environment for the development of technology, which was also mentioned by the minister. And at the end of the day, the readiness both of technological providers to offer innovative solutions and the companies to adopt them. All this in combination with a very stable regulatory environment. ABM, given the new solutions and the cloud computing, we try to make technology more available and cheaper, within brackets, and new technologies and investments can accelerate this digital transformation at large. We have examples of successful digital projects here in Greece, companies that have invested in clouds and analytics. What we see is that usually those projects are successful if they are focused on specific business cases that will lead to something applicable and realistic, to have quantifiable results, not only on the basis of the cost reduction, but also on eventual additional income. And these companies promote their personnel training. They do seek innovation, and internally they sponsor their employees to transform their modus operandi. Of course, a great part is the modernization of the existing mechanisms and data, which, let us not fool ourselves, many call them legacy, but they include an important wealth from all those years of operation. So some of the ways of accelerating the integration of new technologies is when one sets realistic goals. Thank you. I believe that this is where our panel comes to an end. We have taken up all the time allocated to us. I would like to thank all three of you. As it has been said, yes, we have cooperated in the past, and we will go on doing so. A very optimistic picture arises on what lies ahead, and we hope that we will all be part of this brave new future. I would like to warmly thank also the Minister and Madam Kaili, who had to leave us a little bit earlier. And now we give the floor to the next panel to pursue. Thank you again for your participation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christodoulou, and I would also like to thank all the speakers, and I would like to apologize to my friend Michalis Kasimiotis. I didn't introduce them when we started this session. I hope he will take the apology. Will accept the apology. The panel discussion revealed an optimism, and we can look at the future with optimism. Thank you very much, Mr. Christodoulou, for the excellent moderation. Now let's move on to the next session, which is about the role of private insurance in social security and health care reforms. We have three excellent speakers and an excellent moderator. Mr. Ioannis Kantoros, CEO, Inter-American Group, Alexander Sarigeorgiou, Chairman of the Board and CEO of Eurolife, and President of the Insurance Companies Association, Mr. Stavros Konstantas, CEO of Ethniki Asfalistiki, and we have as a moderator Lampros Gogos, EY Greece partner, insurance leader EU, EY Central, Eastern and Southeastern Europe and Central Asia, technology consulting leader. Mr. Gogos, you have the floor. You can moderate the speakers. Excellent. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for allowing me to moderate this important panel in these difficult times and unprecedented times. We will discuss about the role of the insurance market, the existing role and the role it can take up in the future as regards retirement and healthcare. We have three important actors of the Greek market who will discuss with us this pressing issue. We have Mr. Alexandros Sarigoriou, Mr. Stavros Konstantas, and Mr. Ioannis Kantoros. Let's start with the first question. First of all, good evening. Now I can see you on my screen. And let me start with you, Mr. Sarigoriou. How did the Greek insurance market respond to this worldwide challenge? First of all, thank you for the invitation. I would like to reiterate once again how important it is to repeat the history and potential of the insurance market in the Greek economy. The Greek insurance market contributes 2.5% of the country's GDP and employs directly or indirectly 70,000 people. The pandemic is something that affected us, of course. All companies, ours included, Eurolife, had to adapt very quickly. Within a week, we were able to work from home. The whole sector responded very quickly, and we managed to work without hurdles. You know, Solvency II, which is a European institutional framework, had already obliged us to make simulations, crisis simulations. All companies, smaller or bigger ones, had to do that. The pandemic was not something we had in mind, of course, but we were ready. And the other issue was solvency. As you know, we have huge balance sheets. We are the biggest institutional investors in Greece. And the investors in general. All the troubles that came as a result of the pandemic affected us, of course. However, with Solvency II, we were made ready and we were able to respond to several crises, the capital markets crisis, and in general, we were able to have high solvency indices. Our sales have dropped by 4% in the 3 quarters. And health sector is 9%. The drop in the health sector is 9%. The insurance sector remained stable on a year-on-year basis. Unfortunately, there is this huge misinformation of people as regards whether private insurance companies cover COVID. We said right from the start that COVID is covered in most cases. But You know, this is a general comment. We have to look at your contract, because even within the same company, there are differences in in the risks covered, depending on the type of contract. So, as regards the insurance industry, we are here and we're covering COVID. Another issue that actually came up when the pandemic struck on us. If you want to be covered, you have to be insured. Unfortunately, in our country, we are very much uninsured. This is very risky. Thank you very much, Mr. Sarigiorgis, for your comments. And now let's move on to our next speaker, Mr. Konstantas. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity you are giving me to speak at this conference. Private insurance has to say what it represents. The previous speaker covered me a lot, at a large extent, because he said that this pandemic actually affected us in two ways. We had to cover several risks, and then we had some models we had to adopt. As regards the first part, most insurance companies and Ethniki Asφαλιστική that I represent cover COVID. However, the government has also stepped forward, and they covered the hospitalization expenses. As companies, we covered people who needed a surgery or diagnostics. We offered molecular tests and rapid tests as part of the coverage we offer. So we were excellent in this respect. And of course, all companies had business continuity plans with regard to catastrophic events. Of course, I confess we did not expect this pandemic and its rigorousness, but we managed to adapt both in terms of teleworking. We did that in order to protect our staff, but we also reformed all our processes in order to allow our associates and the insured to work with us and be served by us without problem. Communication was not interrupted, and as the President said, one of the collateral damages was this investment climate that affected us. But we were very much prepared because of this new supervisory framework. We had those pillars which allowed us to absorb the shock. In a few words, our market responded well. I wish we don't have to stay in this mode for much longer. Thank you. I agree with you. Mr. Kantoros, would you like to say something? Yes, thank you very much for your invitation. Both Alexandros and Stavros covered the main points. I only want to add one thing. We've made some surveys amongst our clients, and during the lockdown, we had 10% more satisfaction on the part of our clients as regards the services provided by insurance companies. This is something we did not expect. We had a positive feedback. At the same time, we had many natural disasters in Greece. We had the Ianos in Thessaly, with important consequences. A few days ago, we had this huge disaster in Crete because of natural phenomena once again. So during the pandemic, 90% of our staff was working on the COVID-19 issues, but despite that, we managed to deal with the natural disasters in the most effective way. I fully agree. The whole industry has responded swiftly, and we should congratulate all workers for that. Now, let's move on to the heart of this discussion, and let's look at reality, and let's see what will happen with the aging of population. And by 2050, Europe is expected to have a population which is older, 30% of its population will be older than 65 years. If you see the Eurobarometer studies, you will see that Greek citizens are the least satisfied with the services they receive. So, Mr. Sergeriou, what is the role of the insurance market in the health and insurance sector? Thank you very much for your question. Let me start differently. If you look at the front pages, the press or the internet, all the issues that are at the top are issues that affect insurance. It's health, natural disasters, and retirement, pensions. So let me give you three figures. As regards pensions, from a capitalization point of view, how much capital I have, that is, how much money I have managed to save for my retirement, not the money that I expect from my children. And in the OECD, an average citizen has managed to save a year's wages. In Greece, we have 3 days. When we retire in Greece, we only have savings that correspond to 3 days of work. And I'm not talking about private people only. It has to do with the state, with everything. We are uninsured, and this is risky, and we should finally give incentives to people so that they can save through the private insurance sector. The second and third pillars should be reinforced. As regards health, let me tell you that in 2018, the whole country spent 14.5 billion for health, and 8.5 billion was paid by the state. We only paid 600 million because very few people are privately insured. However, 5.5 billion was paid out of our pockets. This amount is double the European average. So poor Greeks had to pay this money, which is double the European average. Greek people who are unsatisfied with with the state insurance, and Greek people who are so poor. We have to do something about that. And finally, we had all those natural disasters. We also had the earthquake in Samos. We have more and more natural disasters coming, and only 16% of our homes are insured. This government understands the issue, and we believe that it will take steps in order to improve the situation both in terms of pensions and in the healthcare sector. This year, they will give incentives so that tax incentives. You will have tax cuts if you insure your home. This will be an important step to start. We need some incentives to insure people. And finally, there is some demand in the healthcare field because COVID is covered by the state, but people understand that they need to have some extra coverage for their health. Thank you very much, Mr. Sariorgos. These are shocking figures. Mr. Kantoros, do you believe that the insurance sector should have a bigger role to play? Yes, this is definitely a yes. This 15 to 16% of home insurance is a stable figure in Greece. This is the number of people. This is also the same figure. We have also the same figure for those people who are insured for their health. Once again, 15%. It's very low compared to the needs. If you look in the long term, the system will be under pressure because of the increase in the number of people in the 60-plus age group. So we will have a pressure coming both from pensions and from health. How can we deal with that? We cannot have a result within 6 months or a year. We can only have results if we go beyond a government term, if you want me to speak in political terms. So we may be having some changes proposed, which are going in direction A, and then the next government comes and goes in direction A+. Anyway, there are intentions, there are good intentions, but we don't have a long-term perspective. This is the first thing I would like to put on the table for discussion. And the second thing has to do with our system, which is ineffective. We spend a lot, we don't get a lot. One of the objectives would be to make the two systems more synergetic, because we have people who pay for private insurance, and in reality they pay twice for the same type of service, and they only get this service once. So we should have a better synergy. We shouldn't have two parallel systems, two parallel worlds for the same problem, which becomes more and more pressing as the time goes by. In other words, we should redesign the current system, because this system was reformed in the 80s. Mr. Evgeny Manatas has laid the foundation, but a system that was good for the 80s is not good for this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Kantoros. Mr. Konstantas, same question, but for pensions. Could our insurance sector play a bigger role? Yes, clearly, yes. I will also say the same things as Alexandros and Yannis. It is true that we have an ever-aging population, and in Greece we have this benefit of living in a country where people live long lives. Our social insurance systems have tried to make reforms in order to give some room for private insurance, make it supplementary to the state insurance system. As an insurance market, we've been asking for that for years. We want the third pillar, which is non-mandatory contributions. We want incentives that will be a burden on the country's budget for a very short period of time, but will allow people to pay for some extra coverage in terms of health and pension insurance. If this happens, we will have a contribution to the state coffers in the form of taxation. In other words, we've been asking for that for many years. And then we've been also asking for the second pillar as a supplementary type of insurance. We had the professional insurance sector that some specific funds that were created for specific sectors of the economy. Now we want to make sure that the insurance companies won't be excluded from the new process. And we are also asking for the existing funds to be in the same tax regime as group insurance contracts. And we have years which are very risky for some companies as regards their solvency, but with the new framework, with Solvency II, we've managed to have a good, let's say, resistance to such shocks. We have to allow private companies to participate in an experiment that will be successful, I assure you, because we are the biggest institutional investor. We have 7.5 billion of investment. A big part of it is outside Greece. This is a huge opportunity because this money will fuel the economy, will fuel growth, treasury bills, and probably growth and development projects that we so much need in our country.
Very appositely, there is initiative, the available resources and cooperation between private and public sector might greatly assist to move ahead. A last question to all of you. Mr. Sarioriou, to you first of all. We speak of a broadened role that we want insurance companies to have in the field of health and pension system. Which should be the steps that our sector per se should make so as to respond to this broadened and intensified role? Well, in respect to the time, because there's major discussion that can be done in all those subjects, I would say that COVID both for our insurance industry, has also accelerated developments and brought us closer to the insured person. The prerequisite is the digitization. It is a word, if you like, that has been broadly and easily used, but things are far more complex what it entails. Well, actually, it is the new generation of people, Generation X, Generation Y, not baby boomers, if you like. Baby boomers do play a role and have a disposable income, but this is the outgoing generation. So they must understand that risk management starts from the family, and your insurance is a fundamental constituent to what you build in your career. So, but in order to speak with those people, we must speak their vernacular. We must be able to communicate with their mobile phone. We must be able to discuss in different ways than what we used to use. So that demands investments. Speaking of Eurolife, for instance, we invest heavily each year, as all colleagues I'm sure we do, in order to become more digital. We need the agent who sells insurance policies every day and has demonstrated tremendous capacity in the middle of COVID and lockdown. The agent, however, must also be digitized. All that story must also be followed from the supervision viewpoint. And I do not speak from the Bank of Greece alone, but also the institutional framework, because and capital market, because, you know, my concern is that someday some other players, such as Google, Apple, Amazon, you name it, who have far better and more direct access to the people, to our clientele, all of a sudden might be found substituting important part of our market. And this would definitely not be good for the insurance industry and might also be needing another kind of supervision. So the adjustment to the new era, happily, because of COVID, we woke up earlier, and now we all invest heavy so as to make haste and make time. Additionally, let me say the following. If I were a government, I would seek from the private insurance branch to take part of that risk of distractions risk, the risk of the Greek citizen coming to pension without any money. Because if one demands that, offering incentives for that, we, the agents, we would bring in capital. We would open new jobs. Stavros said we are the major investors. We will be even more. We will be even greater investors. If the state views us in a purely gain scoping sector, we cannot have a government insisting in this absolutely state-driven recipe when the rest of Europe, the whole of the developed world, has selected a mixed model. Either all of them are wrong, or we should think a little bit different. You were excellent. I totally agree with you, Mr. Sarigeorgiou. The same question to you, Mr. Konstantas, for an additional comment. Well, Alexandros had a full-fledged presentation. Additionally, I might say that on communication terms, we should create the conditions, and I do not, no reiteration of examples, of very sad examples of the past. We must offer gain to the consumers and alleviate the burden to the state. It's not only health and pensions, but also natural disasters. So we must create a better insurance conscience with the bombarding of information campaigns. And the third is that we all had to readjust our business models. So we must invest heavily in technology so as to reach new generations, but also so as to better equip our agents to be easier and better in their work. I believe that all these are prerequisites. The market moves towards there. We speak of a different market now. And I would also like to express my wish in concluding our role should be acknowledged at last, and things should happen which are already tried recipes abroad, and their success is guaranteed. Thank you. I only wish so. Thank you, Mr. Kostantas. I keep the word technology, and I address the last question to Mr. Kantoros. How do you believe, Mr. Kantoros, could the technology conscience of the branch to be an assistant for technological progress in the field of health, so as to have a more acceptable system? Thank you for the question. Well, it's an excellent subject, and I believe in the first years we will be dealing with that. We spoke a lot of the problem, so as the solution is the appropriate and extended use of technology. The pandemic has also showed one thing. When there are trustworthy solutions, the way those solutions are adopted is indeed impressive. We must keep that. So the main problem that we're faced with is that all our system has been designed around the hospital. That is, no matter what happens, someone has to drive to the hospital. We know that all those cases, when arriving in a hospital, cost far more than the management that can take place in light units or at home. So the universal trend is for the cases that do not need hospital necessarily to have systems of good management with extended use of technology. This, of course, sets as a prerequisite a very good organization of the primary healthcare system, which is the big patient in our case in Greece. So a good use of technology, organization of the primary healthcare system, because the greatest part of the cases in hospitals can be done at lower cost and perhaps even better quality. And this is the magic recipe. And this has to be adopted. I believe that insurance companies can offer such more developed implementations. Currently, there is such an AI application that gives some auto-diagnosis to 10,000 customers in Greek market. So you realize how many unneeded visits to hospitals or physicians this application has offered. Since one can make an auto-diagnosis through some algorithms and 20 questions, whether it's a case when one should be addressed to a doctor or not. This is, however, a picture from the future. What would happen if we had that for 1 million people instead of 10,000? How easier the COVID case management would be. This is food for thought, if you like, for the future. And let me conclude in an optimistic way by saying that there are solutions. And definitely now we have the necessary momentum in Greek economy to implement all that. I warmly thank you. That this was an extremely rare discussion. Each time I discuss with any of you, I become even more motivated, and all the more so having all three of you at the same time. I wish we're all safe and sound next year, and I'll thank you once again. I wish you an excellent evening. Give back the floor to Mrs. Petunias. Thank you, Mr. Gogos, for the excellent moderation. We thank the gentlemen, Sir Georgiou, Konstantaras, and Kantoros, for the excellent discussion we've had. Dear friends, and now we proceed to the next session. I welcome you to the last session of how taxation lays the groundwork for sustainable growth. We'll be discussing how taxation would be a reliable tool for the attraction of FDI. As you know, we already implement a program of foreign direct investment, offering a stable tax rate and reduced income tax. The attraction of foreign investors and the reversion of brain drain are of critical importance for the Greek economy, which have lost 25% of the GDP during the 10-year crisis. Major companies have announced very ambitious investment programs. Pfizer announced a new second hub to be established in Thessaloniki. We've also heard the 2 previous days to what extent the appropriate tax policy will be a catalyst in development and investment. The role of investment companies is important. It is one of the main axes that will secure an on-time and sufficient information of the people and all stakeholders in the market. At this point, I would like to invite for discussion through excellent members of our tax committee who have a picture of our progress in the field of taxation. So I welcome the ladies, Georgia Stamatelou, Partner, Head of Tax and Legal of KPMG Greece, Madam Maria Trakadi, Tax and Legal Managing Partner of Deloitte Greece, and Mr. Stefanos Mitsios, Partner, Head of Tax of Ernst & Young Greece. Dear colleagues, because I'm also with you in the same committee of AmCham, and I've learned a lot during all this time, I would like to start as quickly as possible with Mr. Mitsios, although I introduce the ladies first. Mr. Mitsios, low investment level entails lower growth rate and limits productivity, and in the short term leads to fewer jobs and development prospects. Therefore, the issue of investment is one of the main priorities of the government. Taxation is the main tool that governments have at hand in order to enhance entrepreneurship and innovation. Let us see what are the criteria who are decisive for investors and what steps were made. So I'd like to ask you how stable and projectable is the environment, taxation for environment?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this panel. I would like to congratulate the AmCham and its people for this 3-day online event, which was organized in an excellent way, and I'm so happy that taxation is part of the agenda. Before answering your question, I would like to make some introductory remarks. Despite the economic crisis and recession we have gone through, we managed to modernize the taxation sector, not only to cover our distance from other countries, but also to be ahead of them. I believe that this crisis, this health crisis, can be another opportunity for us in improve the taxation field, the taxation landscape. In the economic crisis period, the taxation environment was anything but stable. However, Law 4172 of 2013 changed the environment as regards income tax. We have a new code, and we are now in the 7th year of implementation. And what we've seen is that we have substance over form. The state and tax authorities have been listening to the market and are in real consultation with the market actors, both as regards any issues that current taxation regimes have, but also as regards future prospects. We've seen many taxation tools being adopted. Income tax rates went down to 24%. It were 29% initially, and the aim is to take them even to even lower levels. Then we have tax incentives for investments. We have a better tax framework for business centers. As regards transfer pricing, which is an important issue, we have a way to pre-approve, let's say, transfer pricing, so that we can avoid problems with the tax authorities. And then we have some more laws on the transfer of participations in R&D, on green expenses, on mergers and acquisitions. We now have a modern business and corporate framework. We have new companies being set up in no time. We have the new guidelines by OECD on avoiding unfair competition. The tax authorities have been responding very quickly to the decisions issued by the Council of State in order to satisfy the demands of taxpayers. And we also had a digitization, e-books. We have tax incentives for foreign income of natural persons who will come back to Greece. And we voted another law that will attract people back to Greece and will reverse the so-called brain drain. All these things show that the taxation environment in Greece can be stable and modern. And even amidst a crisis like the one we are experiencing right now, the tax authorities have shown a spirit of cooperation. If you expect us to become a tax haven, of course, with zero taxes, well, you're mistaken. We are a civilized country. We respect the laws and the international rules. But we can become not a tax haven, but a paradise, as in the same spirit as Oliver Holmes mentioned. Taxes are the way to live in a civilized society. Thank you very much for your answer. What is the dispute resolution framework? Have we improved it? Are we in a better situation? We are in a better situation, but how much? To what extent? Well, I will try to answer this question. Despite the extreme situations we had in recent years during tax audits, which were being carried out in order to impose irrational taxes and penalties, things have changed and are heading towards different direction. Now, the legal framework is more helpful if you are found to be violating the law. You can make an amending statement and avoid going to court or having tax and criminal sanctions. And you can also object to the audit results, and there is a specific procedure. You can have recourse to the tax disputes department, which is an agency that was set up in order to avoid going to court. In recent years, this department has managed to resolve cases on the basis of previous court decisions, thus avoiding a backlog of cases in courts. Now, if you are not satisfied at this level, you can go to the administrative court, for instance, to the Administrative Court of Appeal, and your case will be tried within 6 months from the day you lodge your complaint. But the most important thing is that we no longer have emphasis on form, but on substance. The procedures are in favor of taxpayers right now, which was not the case in the past. In other words, administrative courts, and especially the highest administrative court, the Council of State, have managed to restore trust in courts. And we have also some model trials of the Supreme Administrative Court that are being used in order to solve certain issues forever. And very recently we had a new body set up for out-of-court resolution of disputes in order to decongest, let's say, the courts. All these initiatives are in the right direction. Now, in my answers, you've seen the conclusion that I am about to make. It is not enough to improve the tax regime in order to improve the investment climate and the general sentiment. We are all part of this game. We shouldn't only speak about what is going wrong. We should also speak about what is going well. We have to show that Greece is doing well, and Caesar's wife should be honest. It is not enough that she looks as if being honest. Thank you very much, Stefanos, and let me now go to Maria. The government has already announced new tax incentives, green incentives, and the Fishery this report has spoken about some changes that could make us greener, let's say. Can you make a summary of these incentives? Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your invitation to this conference. Until today, our country was lagging very much behind other European countries as regards tax incentives. It's the first time that I can clearly say that Greece is part of the world map. It is a destination. Many important steps have been taken since summer 2019. I will speak about them and put them in 4 categories. We have some tax incentives on R&D, on green and digital investments, and other incentives that I will explain right now. We have 4399, which is the development law, and has to do with strategic investments, especially capex. The problem with this law were the delays in audits. Because of those delays, disbursements were not possible, and this was a problem for investors. In practice, implementation is not as quick as we would have liked, but right now, the investors can use auditors from the private sector in order to be able to carry on with the disbursements. And then we have another law on strategic investments that are taking place in Greece and have a strategic importance for the local economy. We started with a certain threshold, and we have managed to include more and more investments. We have tax cuts and other incentives that are included in this law. And since summer 2019, we have investors at the same levels receiving grants at the same level as in other European countries. We have also had important improvements and more possibilities provided by this law. In general, there is this huge effort to create a framework in Greece that will allow big groups of companies to invest in the country. We also have grants for professional training programs in the field of IT and telecommunications. Finally, we have R&D incentives. This tax incentive was there in the past as well, but now we have a super reduction of 200%, going up from 130%. So if you spend 100 euros for R&D, you will have a tax cut of 200%. We have a super reduction that also applies on the patent box. This has to be improved. When a company has a patent which has been recognized internationally, any profit from this patent will have a tax credit for 3 years. But this profit will be put in the stock. So this profit will be taxed in 3 years' time. Very recently, the Facilities report mentioned that we have to align this incentive with the similar incentives in Italy, Belgium, etc. We want them to be at 50% of the tax rate for businesses. So if we have 200% super reduction on the patent box, which allows you to get a 12% taxation for your profits, well, you will have the right conditions for companies to work in Greece on the same, on a level playing field with other companies in other countries. And finally, we have the incentives for digital and green investment. Water savings also gives the opportunity for super reductions, and many announcements have been made for similar incentives of 200% for digital and green investment. This is what we are expecting for 2021 through the Recovery Fund. This will go until 2026. I really believe that it is important to see that the country takes steady steps in the future throughout this pandemic. The cost of investment has decreased in our country. This will allow us to have a higher GDP that will bring us out of this crisis.
We have a second round of questions. The tax incentives, they are obviously useful for the profitable companies, but those that are marginally profitable companies or even those writing damages, losses, what should be the incentives? You're right, the existing tax incentives do not facilitate the companies with small profitability or at a loss. So we've got two choices here. The first is either to extend the duration of losses statutes of limitation. As you know, in Greece, it's in 5 years, while in other countries it's a larger time period. But even if we say that the statute of limitation will be in 5 years, that in the long term will help the companies at loss, but will not help them now. And it will not help at all startups or companies that operate that we want to retain. The second option we have, and it is being discussed currently, I believe, is a rationale to offset the losses from the implementation of such tax incentives with other duties, obligations to the state or social security funds, a tactic that also applied in other countries. That would be important to introduce such offsets in our country as well. It seems that there is a case for such a framework of tax incentives to be covered by the expected funding from the recovery fund. I believe this is the Pissarides plan includes such a proposal for offsetting, and it may proceed. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Dimas yesterday mentioned that it is something that is under discussion in the Ministry of Finance. If this happens, I believe that the benefit from all those tax incentives will be visible on the investment cost of all companies, either profitable or at loss or with markup or startups. That will be excellent. Thank you. I think this is a very interesting discussion, especially for foreign companies, because any reforms that take place in the tax policy are not conveyed immediately abroad, and it is important to demonstrate all that and promote that. Thank you, Maria. I'll give the floor to dear EEST Matiello from KPMG. Hi. I've got two questions for you as well. From the recent changes in the tax legislation in the last 12 months, which are the two most important, to your view, that have affected mostly the investment climate for Greece, and for what reason? Good evening. I congratulate you once again on one more extremely successful event. I would like to dwell on two changes that have reversed competitive disadvantages of Greek economy vis-à-vis other European countries. The first, as Stefanos has mentioned beforehand, was the special regimes for tax residents abroad who selected to transfer their tax residence in Greece, be it either for high-value, high-income citizens or pensioners, as was legislated upon last summer, or if it has to do with expats, executives, that's something that was voted only yesterday. And we expect this will be the great weapon in the arsenal in the brain drain war. This measure is extremely important for me, because this was a measure that was extremely successful in countries such as Malta, Portugal, Italy the previous years, and Greece, I consider, has nothing to envy from these countries. It is it's a beautiful country full of light, rich in history. It's a secure country with a very logical life cost and many opportunities to spend wonderfully your time throughout the year. The only disadvantages we used to have was the extremely high taxation, and this disadvantage is now treated by those special regimes, because for high income, high wealth people, we have a taxation which will be in a lump sum of 100,000 euros. For the pensioners who have a very low ceiling of 7%, again for foreign incomes. For the expats, we only today saw an important rule that was adopted today with a tax deduction on the income which is taxed upon. Therefore, as the Prime Minister has said, everyone has every reason to opt for Greece to come and live, spend, and invest here. And this is something that we believe will have many and multiplying effects on Greek economy. The second is my personal pet, and I will explain why. It is the abolition of the taxation from the stock exchange exemption. This was something that existed in all European economies, and is something that has worked wonders for the economies of the Netherlands, of Luxembourg, of Cyprus the previous year. We finally have got the same. We have again reverted one competitive disadvantage, and thus we now have the capacity to sit around the table with foreign investors and speak of the notion of a Greek holding company. This, in combination with the high quality of service that foreign investors can find in Greece, will definitely create an excellent ambience, especially for capital coming from third countries, that they will be able to use Greece as their entry gate for the rest of Greece. Thank you, Georgia. I'm so glad listening to all those pleasant things. Well, this conference exudes optimism from the beginning till the end, and this is precisely the meaning of forging ahead. I've got another question for you. There's a great discussion about the attraction of FDI and how a stable taxation environment will boost those investments. What happens with Greek capital, however? To what extent real incentives have been introduced so as to support the efforts of Greek investors, aspiring Greek investors? Well, Elias, you know that there's a standing view of our committee, and we all express it, urbi and orbi, that in order for entrepreneurship to move ahead in Greece, we must deal with the issue of counter-incentives. I'm afraid that as far as Greek businessmen are concerned, for people who have stayed here, who have struggled here at very dire circumstances the last years, there are still a lot of things that have to be done. Beyond the obvious things, as Maria said, mentioned the capacity of extending the exploitation of tax losses beyond the 5-year period. There's an issue of salary cost that is to the detriment of the competitiveness of Greek companies in the global markets. It has also been mentioned amongst the Pissaridis propositions, both in the part of taxation and the part of the social security contributions. There's the great subject of funding. During the crisis, we saw many companies leaving Greece, not because taxation was too high or because there were the challenges of a market which was under MOU crisis, but because they could not find funding. And where they were to find funding, the cost was excessive. On the other hand, even today, we see that a Greek group cannot transfer liquidity from one company to the other without parallel additional costs, such as the stamp duty. It's preposterous. Of course, I must say that Greek justice recently has shown the right way in this field. But nevertheless, we wait to see how it will be dealt by the administration as well. So we must solve various such minor issues, if you like, which, however, cause serious problems in daily lives. We must create and introduce alternative financial instruments. We must enhance the capital market. Why not have a new set of tax incentives that will lead Greece to be the number one country of destination for European startups? We must extend the tax exemption in countries outside the European Union, because the Greek capital has mainly invested in Southeastern Europe. I could go on for hours, but I believe for reasons of time economy, I believe that the Prime Minister, in the previous discussion yesterday, has placed the taxation very high in the reform agenda, and that makes us very optimistic in view of the changes that are to come, despite the difficult circumstances and the pandemic. Indeed, the taxation policy was the main axis of all our discussions during the GES this year. I would like to thank you, first of all, because I'm with you in the taxation committee, and I'm very glad when I meet with you and we converse, but also because you and other executives represent an excellent committee of the Chamber with the commendable work. I warmly thank you for the positive message that you have emitted, and we must go on emitting so as to help the country to forge ahead in challenging times. Thank you. I have a nice evening. Bless you all. We haven't finished, ladies and gentlemen. As a finale, we've got an excellent discussion that is to follow between the President of the Chamber, Mr. Bakatselos, and the Minister of Development, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis. Please stay tuned. This discussion is to follow, that we will complete in the best possible way this year's summit.
Minister, good evening. Welcome to GES 2020. Honestly, This is the best partner to conclude this three-day conference because you know what we need for our future in Greece is growth. And this is your own sector. Now that the two of us are here, I can tell you that the messages we are receiving from the U.S. investors and not only those who have already invested, but also those who are interested in investing are praises. Welcome. Thank you very much for your good words, President. First of all, I would like to thank you for this event because these 3 days were an important landmark for our country. We were promoted abroad. We were given publicity. So this conference, even if it is virtual, has been a great success. It's a success that actually symbolizes the excellent relationship between Greece and the U.S. If I could turn my camera, I would have shown you the Greek flag, the European Union flag, and the U.S. flag and the Israel flag, which are always there because our choices are clear. Our geopolitical direction is clear, and as a Minister of Growth and Development and Investments, I'm so proud of our country. We have this tragedy of the pandemic, but we also have this excellent opportunity to have U.S. investments in Greece. Well, this is what you should be. We have 20 minutes at our disposal, and I will ask you questions about the pandemic, the post-pandemic Greece, foreign direct investment. So if you allow me, I will start with my first question. Yes, of course. Minister, in the last 3 days, we had the opportunity to speak about the economy, about the opportunities that Greece has to move forward. We spoke about the pandemic and the Greece in the post-pandemic era. As a Minister of Growth and Investment, what can you say? How can we achieve stable and sustainable development? Well, look, our government is respectful of the mandate the Greek people have given us. Right from the first day in this government, we've tried in the Ministry of Finance, in the Ministry of Development, we've tried to change the investment environment. One of my central goals in this ministry was to improve Greece's ranking of e-business as it is given by the World Bank. And of course, the first investments started, and Pfizer and Cisco announced their investment in late 2019, Deloitte as well, Athens in Thessaloniki, Agropy in Athens. Of course, this had to stop during the pandemic because we had to redefine our goals. But please be careful. This changed our focus, but not at all our intentions. And even though we had a big recession during the pandemic, we still continued pushing forward our reforms. We are simplifying procedures for setting up businessing. We are reducing social security contributions. We are giving tax incentives for investments, for coming back to Greece. We are giving incentives for businesses, digital businesses. and so on and so forth. All the things we are doing are bringing fruit, are bearing fruit. I'm sure about that. Greece is now in one of its best ranking positions ever. The Green Business Index has not been published yet. Unfortunately, Doing Business Index is an important index for us. We've been working very closely with the World Bank, and we've managed to bring Greece higher, even higher. All these policies have created a better environment and have shaped our image. We are a country which respects your efforts, your vision. If you come here, you won't have a trouble. You can invest in our country. Well, I'm sure that when time comes to see how high we rank in terms of competitiveness, I'm sure we will be ranking very high. Unfortunately, the COVID-19 crisis has brought things upside down all over the world. Now that we are some months in the pandemic, is there anything that you would have changed? Well, this is something that people always ask me, especially on TV. And sometimes I say something and people misunderstand it. Well, this is a question that is not meaningful in reality, because in our lives we always make choices that we would have liked to change if we knew. I'm very proud of the way Greece dealt with the pandemic, in both waves. The only thing we didn't manage to predict was the strength of the second wave. Many doctors were saying this, not everybody, and none of the European governments knew it. Of course, we had increased ICU unit beds, we had taken measures, but this second wave thrashed into the country, and when we took the decision for the second lockdown, we had too many cases already. We could have imposed the lockdown in Thessaloniki before the Agios Dimitrios celebration. Maybe this was the critical point, but we don't know it for sure. In general, Greece has done very well during the pandemic, and we should be proud of our country, because this is a global disaster and we are still standing on our feet. You're absolutely right, and despite the fact that the things that are being recorded every day are not pleasant, when we compare our country with other countries, we are better placed. Of course, this does not mean that we do not care about the lives that are lost every day. President, one life lost is enough. I mean, a single life lost is unbearable. However, the state, the structure of our state, has made us proud, all Greeks, all over the world. You're right. Well, it was important to have Greek people being trustful of their government again. This is one of the pillars. The other pillar is the trust of people abroad. This will be the foundation for our future. I really liked your answers, and you reminded me of something that my father used to say. Well, he used to say, make me a prophet and I will make you rich. Well, nobody could predict the severity of the second wave. But through your measures, you managed to stem this fierceness of the crisis, and many businesses have been supported. However, although your measures are there, they will be there for a certain period of time. When is that deadline, Minister? Because if the crisis comes to an end in a few months from now, what will come next? Will we have a grace period for businesses? Is this something that the Greek economy can stand? Well, would you like us to discuss today how we will deal with the economic problems that the pandemic will have caused after its end? Well, it is as if talking during the World War II about what will happen after it. Well, we cannot do that. The fact that we are part of the European Union is a shield for us. We have the money and the resources to deal with the loss, with the damage, no matter how big it is, because if this loss was only for Greece, our European friends would have been doubtful again. But if you have global losses and damages, don't you think that we will have a European response to that? Don't you think that, what do you think? Other European countries, aren't they amassing losses and damages right now? So if we have this European support, we will be able to find a common European solution. The recovery fund is part of the solution. Maybe we will have other tools available depending on what will happen in the future, because we have this very severe second wave. There will be a solution, and I'm telling this right now. The Greek state will not tell anybody after the end of the pandemic, come here and give me back the money that I've given you. Until now, all Eurostat indices regarding job losses or recession have shown that Greece has been much more effective than other European countries. I won't name them because I don't like naming other countries. But I am proud for my ministry for the absorption of funds. Until October, we were number 2 in Europe as regards the speed and degree of absorption of EU funds. This is a success. What was the country that had the less job losses in Europe during the first lockdown? The Eurostat index shows Greece as the best placed country. Have we solved all our problems? No, but we've dealt with our finances in a good manner. We have done our housekeeping well, and we have nothing to fear. We're not populists, and if we were like that, we wouldn't have managed to have these low interest rates. We are trying to strike a balance between liquidity on the market and support of businesses during the quarantine. And we don't want to create a new crisis that will bring new memoranda of understanding. Thank you very much for your answer. I'm very glad for that. And when we listen to you, we understand why Monochrome had this front page last week. Greece was one of the leader forces.
Mr. Minister, you are an advocate for solution finding for big companies, state-owned companies that are a burden to the state. What are your priorities and pursuits for the immediate future? The whole of the government, the whole cabinet, and only me, we are advocates free economy. Of course, one might say that we take measures for closing down companies or for setting a ceiling of prices, which are not do not sound well with free economy, but these are extraordinary circumstances. The state should not tax people and invest ad nauseum companies that are at loss. At some time, the state must cut the law and move ahead. The role of the state is not to be a businessman. The state should be the referee in the financial life of the economic life of a country, and should be a just and fair referee. This is our stance, and we've already proceeded in setting things in balance in major companies such as the PPC. We received 1 billion in losses. Now we've got 1 billion in profits. We'll proceed with Larco, Elvo, and so forth. We weren't hesitant, and we won't miss any time at all. Well, impeccable. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Minister. A last question, please, if you allow. The government gets a good ranking with regard to investments. I told you beforehand. Echoing the stance of the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce, of course, we commend those initiatives. Yesterday, we had an excellent discussion with the Prime Minister and distinguished representatives of foreign investors. What are your plans in the pursuit of more direct foreign investment? I ask so. Yes, please. No, go ahead. No, complete your question. I wanted to say that I asked that because we've seen on multiple occasions that at a legal framework a lot has been done, and that might give the necessary condition for them to decide an investment. Yet this hasn't happened. Well, first of all, yesterday's discussion with the Prime Minister was extremely successful and had a very positive publicity for the country. And as the minister responsible for those issues, I thank you for that, because this positive message that was emitted yesterday has gone around the world. Now, in compliment here, I'd like to add that we have not stopped legislating which is in favor of entrepreneurship. Today, for instance, an amendment was adopted that makes the taxation far more agile for someone who would like to come and take a residence increase, introducing tax exemption, reducing social security contributions. And now I will put into consultation a bill for the reduction of time for the issuance of licenses and permits. These are small steps of the last days on how we incessantly introduce every single day new pieces of legislation, so as to convince people that we are serious in our business and we want to respect the work and toil of aspiring investors. I think that it is not the message that is not communicated. All the mass media abroad and have shown this message. They have all promoted Greece. International Affairs of NGA has again upgraded Greece by 6 ranks. The statements of Mr. Pompeo, of the USA State Secretary, when we signed our contract on Digital Thessaloniki. Where I said that Greece is not in a list of black countries with violating issues of intellectual property. All these are coordinated moves to emit the right message. Now, further on, we were not lagging in efforts, in such international efforts. We have activated through our economic diplomacy and have motivated all our foreign embassies in a more communicative stance. And we're here to do everything that is necessary. I warmly thank you, Mr. Minister. You have corroborated what I said originally, that indeed there was no better discussant for the closure of this conference. You are a person who calls a spade, and you are very specific. I warmly thank you. I would like to invite you next year, if everything moves well, and God bless, there will be no pandemic, to accompany us in the road show that we organize each year in the USA, so as to promote the successes of Greece and invite even more investors. I warmly thank you. Well, allow me to say the following. First of all, I would like to warmly thank the Hellenic American Chamber of Commerce because what you do is very useful for all. We have the joy, both of us, you as a chairman and me as a minister, to have witnessed great successes. The decision of Microsoft to come here, of Digital Realty to come in Greece, which is worth mentioning, the decision of Pfizer that further extended here in Greece, the decision of Cisco and Onyx for the shipyards of Skaramaga, of Sirius and Elefsines, and other major investments from the USA show that the USA, as a reliable, strong investor in Greece, has come back and is here to stay. We want such investments from the USA. We welcome them and we aspire them. So I commit myself that I will be coming to the roadshow next year. Besides, this has to be heard. A Greek from Thessaloniki, Mr. Boula, of Jewish origin, is in charge of a major American multinational, Pfizer, and he is the man of the hour in the fight against the COVID. So let us all wish that we will all be sound and safe next year and all participate in the roadshow. Thank you. We move ahead. Have a nice evening. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we warmly thank you for being with us for 3 whole days. We hope that GES 2020 has been a pleasant and very constructive experience. It has definitely been for us something quite different in its organization because we had to combine a digital environment that will allow our conference to remain loyal to its goal, setting the foundation for the necessary dialogue between the political leadership and the most important and strong representatives of the business community of the country. I believe that the main conclusion that can be drawn is that Greece changes at rapid pace. It had started before the pandemic to reintroduce itself on a modern face, and now keeps on building on this positive profile. The velocity of the change may have been affected by the pandemic, but our country adapts equally quickly. The basis for this adaptation, the common denominator, and what has been heard most than everything, is technology. Exploitation of technology in the pandemic Greece, so as for the country to be transformed in all aspects, will be one of the first fields that we must be keen to. We must move swiftly. We must exploit the tools and financial instruments that have been secured and will be available next year. Thus, Greece will become and will be perceived as a dynamic country, a magnet for investments with excellent, well-trained human resources, a productive basis with international competitiveness, a country of trust and the foreground, a country of prospects. This is the great pledge of our generation for 2020. It can be and should be an emblematic year that will be used as the big springboard for the country's reset. Ladies and gentlemen, it is here that we finish with GES 2020. Let me thank the Stock Exchange, the Athens Stock Exchange Group, the participants, the speakers, all the personnel of the chamber that has worked, that has toiled for this event, the EEST Chamber, our sponsors, and all the members that support us in each action of us. But mainly, I would also like to thank all of you that had followed us, and I invite you to renew our appointment on GES of 2021. Thank you, have a nice evening, and I wish you all the best. Stay safe.